2023 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council to order. I certainly want to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day and hope that you find some sort of love to support you today and every day. First, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. City Attorney Sloan, how about you? I think I picked on you the last time, but I'll do it again. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll take the roll.
Councilmember Zwick. Here. Councilmember Para.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember Terosas is not here. Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here. Wonderful. Before we begin the meeting, I just want everyone to know there's been a change in the setup on the controls here. So when you want to speak on any item, you can hit the RTS, Request to Speak button, and it will put you in a queue. I will call on you in that queue, but unlike before, you still can control your own mic. So you don't have to worry about me turning your mic on and off where we have that awkward situation. So we do want to use the Request to Speak button so we have an accurate recording of everyone who wants to speak, or at least hopefully accurate. All right, Ms. Anderson-Warren, can we begin?
Yes, so we have public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the City Council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. It looks like we have 4 speakers.
All right, I'm going to call all 4 speakers. We're in this order, we're going to hear you. If you're not speaking, please line up to the wall to your left, my right, so we can move through this quickly. Denise Barton, Jill Hawkins, Jerry Rubin, and Jonathan Foster.
Good evening. First, I'd like to encourage everyone to look at the Circling the News article posted February 5th, 2023 by Sue titled Santa Monica Lacks Safety for Visitors. Businesses ask for city for help. I personally thought it was a very vivid and visual article describing conditions in downtown and other parts of the city. I also hope Gleam Davis, I Don't Want to See the Police, and the others of you sitting up there will pay close attention to the comments because most, if not all, did not reflect well upon you and your service as council members. But to me, the most telling thing is when the city refuses to respond to reporters' inquiries. Next, since you all say you're supportive of affordable housing, I again have to question why you allow slumlords like Greystar to manage any of your buildings with affordable housing. Or is the purpose of this to make affordable housing tenants' lives so horrific that they move out of the city to show that you have a turnover of affordable housing units? For example, we got a new manager at my building, but it's just a different face in the seat with the same slumlord company protocol. So the day after he started, the building had another sewage spill, and 4 days later, someone left something cooking and left the unit, resulted in the fire department having to come again for that reason. Yet the resident manager was nowhere to be found due to the manager's unit needing to be fixed up. But he has moved in and given us an emergency number. Here again, I feel the need to repeat the independent.org.news article titled, "Wokeism is a Cruel and Dangerous Cult." Wokeism's natural logic is to destroy the lives of people of both genders, all races, and if need be, those of every age, all to leverage an otherwise unworkable ideological agenda. Is this starting to sound familiar yet? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hawkins?
Hi, I was wondering if I could be put at the end. I'm waiting for my daughter to come down to give me a minute, 'cause I thought we had 3 minutes, like the school board meetings. Can I be put at the end of it?
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
Jerry Rubin?
Thank you very, very much, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, City Council members, City Manager, City Attorney, fellow Santa Monicans. Happy Valentine's Day. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, for letting me know I had my anti-racist face mask on upside down. I turned it around, got it at the Martin Luther King event, and I want to thank you. Well, today's a special day. Valentine's Day is a day of love. Now, I'm not knocking romantic love, but it's also a day when we can show our love for peace and equality, our love for Mother Nature, our love for Mother Earth and sustainability, our love and respect and appreciation and gratitude for all the good things we have in Santa Monica. So, I bought some chocolates to help sweeten the meeting. I'll leave them out there for everyone that comes, and some are in here to pass around. Kisses, doves, heart-shaped things. So I just want to thank you for all the good work you do. I know that if we really put our love to Santa Monica, we could work out win-win solutions, because we have the talent, we have the integrity, and that's the way it should be. Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rubin, and thank you for the treats. Mr. Foster?
Hello, I'm Jonathan Foster. Hello, Shim Shammers. Good to see you again. You know, I'm happy about some of the things that have happened with cigarette smoking. And, you know, I commented about the 3rd Street Promenade kind of situation. So, you know, I don't know how long it's going to take to get that to change. And, you know, I still don't understand the abortion position y'all took, saying something about Texas. There's so many states doing things that were wrong. I think you probably have something to say about. So I came still to finish up about De La Torre. See, what I heard was you had got elected, and I had read many things about you. And then after you got elected, you did the thing about what happened with the police investigation. So that sent me on looking about like more things about you. When I read about the burrito thing, you know, I just can't figure it out. But some of the things I had to say though still was that I wish I could speak to those people that made these decisions in Santa Monica. I don't. Do you know the history? Why who were the people that made these decisions and why certain people? So I would love to know these. And I can't go back in time to like sit down with Bob or Joe or whoever their freaking names are and say, why did you like make a neighborhood but all these people can't come in here? Yeah, I was just, I'd love to be able to, and I've seen some things that happened like in Ohio, why it happened. It was tied to the banks and who they gave loans to, right? It's amazing. But I've also seen in the Constitution where it says all men are created equal, right? Until they come down to your paycheck. And I was like, yeah. So this is the last thing I want to say, though, about the bathroom cleaners and the paychecks is that maybe Kathleen Rosen could clean up some bathrooms, and maybe they ought to give the people who clean the bathrooms the same paycheck that they give to Kathleen Rosen. Maybe that would be fair. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Anderson-Warren, I see we have another addition to the list. Goli Basama.
Yes.
Okay, Goli Basama. And then after that, Ms. Hawkins.
Hawkins, right.
You can go ahead and speak, ma'am.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here. My name is Goli Basama. First and foremost, I wanted to thank you all for one of the most beautiful cities in the whole entire world. I'm very, very honored to live here in Santa Monica, and it's a beautiful city, and you guys are doing an amazing job. I would like to touch point on the school and education, and just wanted to put my input for the public. Please, everything and anything you can do for our children, don't hold back. Please, they're our future, and they're everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Hawkins?
I thought I got 3 minutes, so my daughter's on her way, but it looks like she's not
It's
going to make it in
actually 2
time.
minutes. I'm sorry, I just want to, it's 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. So anyway, just I'm Santa Monica City Council. I'm here to publicly ask you to get rid of the vaccine mandate for employment. It's segregation discrimination. I'll let the video. I'll send you the rest of the video later. You mind making it bigger? Turn that.
This is the example of what you get when you choose to attack all members of the human family. This is what you get when you decide to go after a person's child. And I have to make it very clear that they really didn't expect all of this.
Thousands from across the country rallied today in Washington, D.C.
to a rally against COVID-19 mandates.
The message for many on Sunday was not anti-vaccines, but the right to choose.
Thank all of you for
Robert
coming
F.
out
Kennedy
today
Jr.
to stand up for our children.
Our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren.
The determination to preserve medical freedom is in your hands.
We're fighting for ourselves, our patients, and all of you. We are fighting against Big Pharma. They have always put profits before patients.
You know, here in the United States, really, it's going to be black people who really should get it first.
To my African-American brothers and sisters, the vaccine that you're going to take was developed by an African-American woman.
As an African-American, I come here as one of the most vaccine-hesitant groups.
If you choose to take the vaccination, then you take it. We should have a choice.
The vaccine passports and the vaccine mandates take us back to the days of segregation.
It's back to the slave passports. Are you free or you're not free? You can't go here if you're not free, or you're clean or not clean.
I'm tired of these people that sit in the White House that stimulate race wars.
We're going to come together and we're going to fight these mandates together.
I'm tired that we are being experimented on.
We have all been deceived.
I'm tired that we are being manipulated.
They used our artists. They used our athletes, our singers, our rappers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawkins. And of course, you can send the video to all of us at our council addresses.
But as you see,
Oh, that's okay.
those who are Muslims, Christians, those in the Jewish community, Democrats, Republicans, white, black, everyone all in between. This is the example.
Okay, Mayor, that was our last speaker on public input.
All right, so we'll move to agenda item 2.
So next we have public input, and this is on agenda items under closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar. And it looks like we have Jonathan.
Right. Mr. Foster? Oh, your mic. There we go.
Sorry, thank you. Not that not like I'm going to change much here, but I'm just agreeing with 5B, resolution authorizing acceptance of a grant from the California Department of Justice for the Tobacco Grant Program. Yeah, just keep going with this. It's amazing when I look at videos from the past, how just smoking is just all over everywhere. Every movie, every video was just broadcast in the commercials, and it's just I don't know how people tolerated that kind of stuff. It makes me very upset. The cigarette smoke, and I was also impressed by Mexico passed a nationwide no smoking in any public area whatsoever. And they talked about, though, they don't know how they're going to enforce it. They don't have enough police officers for how wide. But, in 5 to 10 years, that's going to be a very nice place to go and breathe air, don't you think? That you can't just all of a sudden be, where did all that effing cigarette smoke just come from? My God, who in the hell, which isn't a swear word, who in the hell would blow that in my mouth?
Sir, we don't allow comments from the public. I'm sorry, Mr. Foster, if you'll just wait one moment. We will give you extra time. Sir, we don't allow comments from the public. If you want to speak, you can sign up to speak. Otherwise, we need you to be silent. Thank you, and respectful of all speakers. Go ahead, Mr. Foster.
Oh, it's okay. So, some of the stuff in there, again, formaldehyde, radon gas, 2 different types of airborne bleach, carbon monoxide, asbestos, nicotine, one of the most deadly substances on earth, arsenic, and 2 I missed, toluene, which is made with paint, and acetone, which is fingernail polish remover. A cigarette smoker can just blow that on some other person who doesn't want that on them at all. I just don't know how they did it, but thanks, and I approve of that. And I approve of Mexico, what Mexico did. Thank you.
All right, and Madam Clerk, I believe that concludes all the public comments for consent calendar items. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. Whoops. Sorry, I just need to make playing around with the controls here and not doing a good job of it. All right, at this point in time, what I'd like to do is propose that we hear the homeless proclamation and the sustainable item before the housing element item this evening, and also move to hear the continued items before public input item 6. We may also want to consider doing the appointment 16A before the housing element. So I will make that motion.
I'll make a second.
Oh. All right. So everyone understands we're basically going to move the homeless proclamation, the sustainable item before the housing element, and we're also going to hear the continued items before item 6, and we're going to do the appointment before we hear the housing element. So we'll get all the smaller things out of the way. We'll do this on a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Any abstentions? Councilmember Brock, you're in the queue.
Well, no. The problem is when I was supposed to say aye, it put me in the queue instead.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see.
So that's an issue. And before I
We'll figure that out during the break. So at this point in time, we have a proclamation for Women's Heart Health Month, and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete is going to help us with that. It's up to you.
I can meet you guys over here for one.
This is Women's Heart Health Month, and that we have 2 cardiologists here, amazing cardiologists. Who are part of Have a Heart, Save a Heart Foundation, and also the Pacific Heart Institute, which is a part of Providence. And we are recognizing Women's Heart Health Month, fittingly, on Valentine's Day. And so I wanted to read this. And thank you for the work you do in educating the community at large about how important it is to continue your efforts in education and funding for women's heart health. Whereas Have a Heart, Save a Heart is a nonprofit foundation established in Santa Monica whose mission is to raise awareness about women's heart disease. On February 4th, it hosted its 10th annual Women's Heart Symposium, which aimed to raise awareness and provide information on women's heart disease, risk prevention, and healthy lifestyle habits. Whereas according to the Center for Disease Control, cardiovascular disease is increasing nationwide in working age adults, particularly among Black adults. About 1 in 16 women aged 20 and older have coronary heart disease, the most common type of heart disease. And whereas February is nationally recognized as American Heart Month, a time when all people can focus on their cardiovascular health. The American Heart Association recommends eating a healthy diet, staying active, managing stress levels, and practicing well-being routines. And whereas, according to the CDC, heart disease is the leading cause of death for women in the United States, killing over 300,000 women in 2020 and 1 in every 5 female deaths. And whereas some of the symptoms and risk factors for heart disease and heart attack are different for women than men, women are more likely to have different symptoms of heart attack other than just chest pain and discomfort, such as shortness of breath and nausea. Now, therefore, Gleam Davis, Mayor of City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Women's Heart Health Month in the City of Santa Monica and encourage our residents, particularly women, to participate and take steps to protect their cardiovascular health. Thank you. We want to take a photo, so do we want to stand up?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Would they like to say a few words?
Yeah, did you guys want to say something? It would be great if you could.
Okay, hi. Sorry, I had nothing prepared, but we are trying to combat the leading cause of death, which is heart disease in men and women. And so we have established a charity called Have a Heart, Save a Heart that does community education, predominantly in the Los Angeles area, out of St. John's, Providence, St. John's, and hopefully getting larger, we're getting our voices larger so that we can hopefully work towards combating the leading cause of death. So we feel like this proclamation is a wonderful springboard for everything that we're doing, and we greatly appreciate it.
Well, wonderful. Thank you for all you do. And why don't you come up here and we'll take a picture.
Oh, sure. Thank you for having us. We're honored to be here and to spread awareness. Dr. Weinberg started Have a Heart, Save a Heart 10 years ago. We also support other charities, and we're happy to see anyone here today or families, friends, to try to spread awareness and understanding about heart disease early if possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
They come here.
Right now, you all can share behind you. Is the full council still in here? Yeah, you hold the proclamation. Hold everyone apart. The team who holds the proclamation is always in the picture.
No.
All right, I will now turn to the clerk, and we will have the next item, please.
So we have closed sessions. We have one closed session. It's conference with labor negotiator. The agency designated representative is the city manager, David White, and Chief People Officer Lori Gentles. The bargaining unit is FEMA, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association. And that's the only closed session.
All right, and I'll turn to our city attorney, Mr. Sloan, and ask what time he thinks we'll return.
I'd say well before 7 o'clock.
All right, we'll say 6:45. How about that?
Yes.
So that people.
Before 7 anyways.
Right, okay, well, there you go. We'll say 7 o'clock then, since we can't start before 7, we'll all take a breather. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you back at 7.
I didn't realize, you know, they were like this.
All right, folks, we're going to get started. So if you can take your seats, whether they're here on the dais or out in the All right, thank you very much. We are back from closed session. I am going to turn it over to City Attorney Sloan for a report out and then a discussion regarding gifts.
Yeah.
I think you can turn your own mic on. There you go.
There you go.
Oh, no, somehow it didn't stay on.
Oh, first of all, some reporting out, some from prior closed sessions. In Villalobos versus City suit previously heard by the council in closed session, a settlement has been concluded providing the city will pay Villalobos $350,000 for injuries. The vote was unanimous. Also in the Measure GS suit, the council vote to defend the case was 5-2 with Brock and Parra voting no.
Thank you very much, and I think you're going to move on now to give us some information about some changes in the law regarding gifts.
Yes. Under the Political Reform Act, council members and any official who files a Form 700 are subject to limitations on accepting gifts. Any gift in excess of $50 must be reported on the official's Form 700. An official may not receive gifts totaling more than $590, that's a new number this year, from a single source in a calendar year. So, for example, accepting 12 gifts valued at $49.49 each would not be reportable, but the total then would exceed the limit of $590,000, and you would have to report the total. Gift is broadly defined to include any payment or benefit and includes meals, tickets, services, discounts, below-market loans, etc. Penalties for violating Political Reform Act gift limits include administrative fines up to $5,000 per violation and the voiding of contracts where there's a conflict of interest. Knowing and willful violation of the rules is a misdemeanor and can result in loss of office and jail time. Accepting anything of value or agreeing to accept anything of value in exchange for a promise to take action or not take action violates state and federal laws prohibiting bribery and extortion also. Penalties can include prison time, steep fines, and lifetime disqualification from holding public office. There are exceptions to the gift rules, including certain gifts from family members, gifts of approximately equal value interchanged between a public official and another person for birthdays and holidays and hospitality gifts. If a public official receives an unwanted gift, they may within 30 days either return the gift unused, donate it to a nonprofit without claiming a tax deduction, donate it to a government agency, or reimburse the gift giver for the value of the gift. There's also a new law on campaign contributions that went into effect January 1st. Under SB 1439, an official may not receive a contribution over $250 while an approval is pending and for 12 months after that decision. Since the application of the rules depends heavily on the facts, we recommend seeking advice from our office and/or the FPPC concerning any gift, particularly in light of the penalties.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sloan, may I ask you a question about that? I just want to make it clear that as elected officials, for example, if someone were to offer us a discount on food or clothing or something like that, that is not available to the public. In other words, we're receiving the discount due to the fact that we're elected officials. That would be considered a gift. Is that correct?
Yes, it would.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I appreciate the report out. At this point in time, I think everyone, either here in the chambers or watching us at home, is probably painfully aware of the staggering loss of life in Turkey and Syria due to the earthquake. It's inconceivable the number of lives that have been lost and the number of people who are still missing. So I would ask at this point in time we have a moment of silence to recognize the loss of those lives and to send our healing thoughts to the survivors of that terrible cataclysmic tragedy. Thank you. And of course, I think one of the reasons that hearing what happened in Turkey and Syria hits us particularly hard is because we too live in earthquake country. And so, Ms. Anderson-Warren, if we can have that slide put up, I've asked Councilmember Parra, who is an expert in these matters, to remind us all of the things we can do to be prepared in case of earthquakes. Councilmember Parra.
Good evening. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Thank you so much for Mayor Davis for giving me this moment to speak on this topic. So as you can see the slide up here, these are a few steps that our Emergency Management Division put together in terms of earthquake readiness. Santa Monica's earthquake readiness, these are different things that the city of Santa Monica has in place. We have a seismic retrofit program. We have lots of great information on household preparedness. There's information on our city website regarding early earthquake warning. There's also information on knowing our coastal tsunami zone. As you know, here in Santa Monica, we are located within the tsunami zone, and so there are some steps that we need to take in order to be safe. So it's important to find out whether you live, work or visit areas that are located within the tsunami zone. So there's some great information on the website. And then there is something here that's called the 7 steps to earthquake safety. So you can go to our website. If you're here, you can scan. But taking it a step further, what I wanted to talk about was, just to emphasize that we really don't know when an earthquake is going to hit us. And so, but we do have every opportunity right now to plan. And so one of the most important things is knowing what to do and have a plan. And so of those 7 steps, there's 3 really important steps that I recommend. And so those are having a plan, having a kit, and staying informed. And as you prepare your plan or update your plan, during that period of time, it's really important that you make sure that you indicate in that plan what you would do when earthquake strikes, whether you are at home, whether you're at work, whether you're driving to work, whether you are riding public transportation, whether you're on a bike, whether you're at the beach. You have to think about the way that you live your life and really understand that disasters can happen anywhere and everywhere. And so knowing what you're going to do when something does happen. Also, as you're disaster planning, making sure that if you do have children, including them in your disaster planning. And so there are wonderful books that really help you do your disaster planning with them in a non-threatening way. And the few that I really like, and I wish I would have made my font a little bit bigger here, there's one that I really love. It's called When the Ground Shakes. Another one called Sophie and Daniel Get Ready for Earthquakes. And another one is called Prepare with Pedro. These are really, really great, and they help you to prepare in a non-threatening manner. And if you live alone, when you create your plan, make sure that you share them with family and friends. And in closing, and not to leave you hanging, one of the things I didn't say is that when the earthquake struck, the first one that struck Turkey, it happened at 4 o'clock in the morning. And so it happened when everybody was asleep. And so knowing what to do when you're asleep. So if an earthquake were to happen when you're asleep in bed, stay tight, stay in your bed, protect your head with a pillow, wait for the shaking to stop. Be sure to have closed-toe shoes next to your bed and preferably tied to your bedpost so that you don't lose them when shaking occurs, because they'll tend to shake and go underneath your bedpost. And then once the shaking has stopped, then safe to go and check on members of your family or your neighbors. The most common injuries after an earthquake, especially one that happens at night, is from glass. And if you've injured your feet after an earthquake, you're out of commission. So anyhow, thank you so much for giving me this moment to give a few tips and tidbits. And I challenge you all to prepare. I dare you to prepare. And there's some great information on our city website. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Parr. We're very lucky to have your expertise here on the council, especially at a time like this. So now we're going to turn to our furry friends. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Terrosis. You control your own mic. It's one that says mic is off on.
On here. Okay, quick question. Given what we heard and the importance of the seismic retrofitting and the fact that we have a lot of non-ductile soft story buildings in Santa Monica, would it be possible at a future meeting just to get an update on our implementation with respect to the retrofit ordinance that the council passed a few years ago, just how we are doing with implementation? And that could help us inform if we need to make any further decisions here, I think.
Right, and I think that can be done through an information item or something simple like that, if that's all right.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I apologize for not seeing you in the queue. All right, so now we're going to see a picture of Odin. All right. I was at the shelter yesterday, and for those of you listening, if you were at all thinking about adopting a pet, there are some wonderful ones at the shelter. But this week's featured pet is Odin. He's a male Labrador Pit Bull mix, and the shelter staff believes he's about 3 years old. He's microchipped, fully vaccinated, and neutered. He warms up to people very quickly. I can personally attest to that. And he tends to be a bit protective. His favorite thing to do is to play with other dogs. He'll run around with them for hours if you let him, and his favorite game is to play tug of war with rope toys. He would do excellent in a home with another pup to keep him company, but that isn't a deal breaker if he's an only child. He was found stray in Santa Monica, so not too much is known about his past. But he knows a few basic commands like sit and lay down. Please come to meet him at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. And I want to add here that I was so impressed with our animal shelter staff and take this opportunity to say that we do have a foundation that supports the animal shelter. It's the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation. And if you have a pet of your own and you're not in a position to adopt, if you happen to use Chewy.com for your pet products, there is a way to donate needed items to the animal shelter. So throw in a couple cans of food, a couple of bags of food, maybe a leash or a toy when you're ordering for your own pet. The shelter right now, sadly, has a lot of animals waiting to be adopted in this post-COVID time. And so I'm hopeful that anyone who is looking for someone to keep them company for a companion, there are some wonderful opportunities at the shelter. And Odin, I can testify from personal experience, is a great guy. So thank you very much. All right. Mr. City Manager, I think we'll go to the City Manager's report. We'll let the clerk call it, and then we'll move on.
So now we have the City Manager report. It's an update on public safety.
And before our amazing police chief comes up, I just have a few items to share with the council. So obviously, first and foremost, Happy Valentine's Day. Couldn't think of a better place in the world to be on a lovely February 14th than with all of you celebrating what makes the city special and great. So a couple of items before Chief Batista speaks. Last week, Mayor Davis and I delivered the annual State of the City addresses. I hope everyone was able to tune in. And for those of you that haven't had a chance to see the State of the City speeches, they are on the city's YouTube website now. And as a city, I can honestly say in 2022, we made wonderful strides in our priority areas of addressing homelessness, a clean and safe community, and an equitable economic recovery. And certainly as we prepare for our annual workshop, there's a lot to do on the horizon, and I certainly hope the community will tune into the latest updates. A few events to point out. One very exciting, most pressing on the top of our mind is that starting this Thursday, we'll be home to Frieze Art LA. And this is a really big deal in the arts world. There's going to be a lot of tremendous events going on this weekend in the region, and Frieze is certainly ground zero for a lot of wonderful activity. And so we're really excited to bring artists into our community. We're really excited with the connections we're making with our arts community to this event, and we're certainly very much looking forward to the wonderful economic activity that comes with an event like this being in our city over at Santa Monica Airport. Lastly, I want to just make sure I touch on we're going to stick with the art theme for a minute, and we talk about the Reframe and Acknowledge Together initiative that Council moved back in 2021, 2022. And we're in the midst of holding a series of public events designed to engage the community in considering the meaning, impact of, and potential responses to the mural in the lobby of Historic City Hall, this building. The next event is for educators, parents, and community groups to use an interactive worksheet to spark discussion about memory and civic space. And this will take place next Wednesday, February 22nd, and you can certainly find more information on our website, santamonica.gov. And then lastly, as everyone knows, we're in the midst of celebrating Black History Month. This is really important to the organization, to our workforce, and to the community. We launched it at the beginning of the month with a wonderful event out at City Hall, and thank you for everyone who was able to attend that event. Our employees, it meant a lot to them. And there's lots of wonderful events coming on the horizon. So again, a lot of it is on our website. One in particular I want to point out and highlight is on February 25th at Virginia Avenue Park. In conjunction with our amazing farmers market, we'll be having a celebration, and it's our annual Greens Festival. Last year I was able to attend, and it was just a wonderful event. So I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone there this year. So now, Chief, I'd like to turn it over to you. As Council may recall, back last year, the Council asked for periodic updates on our work around public safety. It was centered on downtown and the promenade, but really did pertain to citywide. And so last August, Chief Batista was here in front of you and provided a comprehensive update. And 5.5 months later, here he is again. This is work that is front and center in our mind. And so I'm really looking forward to the message he has to deliver tonight. It's all yours, Chief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. Happy Valentine's Day. I want to thank you, the members of the Council, your support in the past year. I also want to recognize our community members. I also want to really emphasize that so often they partnered with us. They called us when they saw something out of place. In turn, we were successful in apprehending suspects and returning stolen property. All of this is because our citizens trusted and called us to report an unusual event. I want to recognize our city manager. He is attentive and dialed in on a host of issues that impact our city. The city manager seeks to find long-term solutions in partnership with you and the police department. I also want to mention Deputy Chief Derek Jacob and our captains, Rodriguez, McLaughlin, Covarrubias, and Herrick. All of them are focused on our city's public safety and enthusiastic about our continuous improvement. Last, I want to mention the Santa Monica Police Officers Association. In many places around the country, the police unions, as they're labeled, don't often receive positive praise for the work they do behind the scenes to improve policing. In our case, the association has worked closely with our command staff in the development of a new labor practice that will significantly improve our staffing model and enhance supervision. So tonight, we'll talk about staffing, calls for service, call priorities, response times, homelessness, our 2022 crime statistics, downtown crime and special operations, arrests, and a host of new programs that are coming in 2023. I just talked about the deployment plan, but there'll also be license plate reader cameras in downtown, a program called Live 911, computer-aided dispatch system, and a partnership between the Office of Emergency Management, 911, and the police department. This is a current view of our staffing. We get a lot of questions about this. So currently, we are at 82% of sworn staffing with 182 officers. And that number includes the command staff, lieutenants, and sergeants. That leaves us with 130 deployable officers. Now, they're the most important group, and right now, I am not able to deploy 39 of them. Santa Monica Police Department is unique in that it employs a balance of near 50-50 distribution of sworn and professional staff in the work of providing public safety in our city. Not many departments in the country are configured in this way. With our professional staff, we find ourselves unable to deploy 31 members in a wide variety of assignments that include public safety, community service, traffic service, and harbor patrol, to name a few. This is a comparative view of the calls for service between 2021 and 2022. In 2021, we had over 101,000 calls for service. In 2022, we had over 104,000. This is an increase of over 3,000 calls for service. Our 5-year analysis for calls for service in Santa Monica shows that we are up 3% from 2021. Again, it totals just over 3,000 calls. The difference between our highest year 5 years ago in 2018 and 2022 is 28,400 calls. The pandemic definitely skewed 2020 and 2021. This is where we determine where the calls came from. We see that in 2021, over 81,000 calls came from our citizens. In 2022, that number decreased to just under 80,000. However, the officers' self-initiated calls jumped to over 24,000 calls, an increase of over 4,200 calls. The types of calls the officers are intervening include fighting, assaultive behavior, thefts, robbery, arson, indecent exposure, and open-air drug use. The correlation of the 4,000 calls to the crime statistics will be apparent. The increased activity has initial effect on the crime rates as the officers are self-reporting more crime and making more arrests. This is a view of the call priority and the distribution. So on the left pane, you can see the priority 0 being the most urgent call, an emergency call, then followed by priority 1, 2, and then specifically, I pointed out priority 3 and priority 4. And so I'll define what a priority 0 call means. They're all felonies in progress. They are calls that are considered life-threatening, so suicides, kidnappings, child abduction, someone standing or attempting to break into your residence while you're inside, someone points a firearm or threatens you with a weapon. A priority 1 call, these are crimes that just occurred. Imagine a burglary, a vehicle theft that is just occurring, a 911 open line, or a 911 hang-up call, or a downed person, or a traffic accident with injuries. A priority 2 call is a disturbance at a business, a burglar alarm, a drunk driver, or suspicious activity. Priority 3, these are nuisance-type calls, a loud party, a general disturbance, loud music, someone randomly yelling and screaming, walking down the road, or a trespassing call. And priority 4 are all report calls after the fact, or a parking violation. And I highlight the priority 3 and 4 calls take up the lion's share of the call load throughout the year. Now together, this past year, they made up 64,000 calls, or 62% of the workload. And by far, these are the calls that impact our residents the most. These are the call response times for 2022 and 2021. And I'd like to emphasize the improvement we see here is representative of the response to calls citywide. The success was a collaboration between our Office of Emergency Management, 911, receiving the calls and dispatching them as quickly as possible, and in turn, our officers immediately responding to the location. In 2022, Deputy Chief Jacob and OEM Manager Lindsay Call worked together to reprioritize the calls that were emanating from downtown. Collectively, we raised the importance of calls that come from our frontline workers in vulnerable positions such as public works, These members are charged with cleaning downtown, the beach, Palisades Park, and Reed Park. And so what I'd like to call to your attention to here is that for priority 0 calls, we were able to shave off 24 seconds. We are arriving within 4 minutes, under 4 minutes. For priority 1s, we took off nearly 2 minutes, and we are arriving in under 8 minutes. Priority 2 calls, under 15 minutes, and here we shaved off just a little bit over a minute. Where we made a difference is in priority 3s and 4s, here you can see that collectively, we took off approximately 37 minutes in the time of our arrival. So under 36 minutes for priority 3s and under 51 minutes for a report call. In the future, what I'd like to do is make sure that our residents have the ability to control and decide how they want to do a report call. So they can do that online, they can do it with an officer that comes to their door. But I think that is an opportunity that we have with our new CAD and records management system that is coming in 2023. This is our report on homeless versus non-homeless calls. So year over year, approximately 20% of our calls for service are attributed to homelessness. And last year was not different. We responded to nearly 20,000 calls for service that had a nexus to homelessness. 2022 reflected an increase of 1,382 calls for service in this arena. This is a picture of the help team, and I wanted to show a little bit of the before and after work that they do, either on the beach, I think that might be the DART team, if not the help team, and up on Palisades Park, that is definitely the help team. In 2022, we also experienced an increase in the number of homelessness encampment calls, responding to just under 1,900 calls, an increase of over 250 calls over the previous year. At the same time, we responded to over 700 mental health referrals, a 7% drop compared to 2021. The work of responding to encampment calls falls on all uniformed patrol officers. Nonetheless, as illustrated by the images, it is the help team and the neighborhood resource officers that respond and coordinate the cleanups and specifically the mental health referrals. At the same time, the Directed Action Response Team works every day hand in hand with Public Works, cleaning encampments on the beach and under the pier. This year's number of referrals is particularly captivating, considering that our multidisciplinary team of officers and clinicians was severely understaffed. For most of the year, the help team operated without a sergeant, and because of the injuries as described earlier, at times the team consisted of a handful of officers, not the 9 officers normally assigned. In addition, and for most of the year, the help team worked with only 1 DMH clinician instead of 2. The county reshuffled their staff, cutting our staffing by 1 position, and that position has not been replaced. This year, we experienced an increase of 10% in Part 1 crime for a difference of 424 crime events. Most of it was concentrated in areas such as aggravated assault, involving firearms and knives, shoplifting, vehicle theft, and arson. And while robberies were elevated, they were lower than in pre-pandemic years. We had a couple of bright spots. We had fewer bike thefts and fewer non-residential burglaries. These are Part 2 crimes. In Part 2 crimes, there's about 20 of them. They range from simple assault all the way to runaway. In Part 2 crimes, we saw an increase of 21% over last year. This represented an increase of 551 crime events. And we experienced a rise particularly in reported simple assaults, weapons violations, narcotics possession, DUI, public intoxication, and vagrancy. In response to the growing concerns over safety in downtown, we conducted a series of special deployments. They included numerous, almost weekly, public health and safety operations where we deployed with our social service providers and a clinician. We also deployed additional patrols in previously identified crime locations. This effort led to more contacts. We offered services where it was appropriate. However, we also saw an increase in reported events as the officers were exposed to criminal behavior unfolding right in front of them. In the timeframes that followed this work, we noted a decline in reported crime. In the process, we initiated a lot more contact with people that were breaking the law, and subsequently, we made more arrests. We can see that over the course of the past 5 years, we had a fluctuating trend in the number of arrests. In 2022, we saw that the officers' self-initiated activity led to over 4,000 additional calls for service. This translated into a 50% increase in the number of arrests over 2021. Through the officers' self-initiated activity, they intervened in fights and assaults, they thwarted thievery and robbery, and they caught arsonists literally in the act. They spoke to people on the street, they conducted traffic stops that yielded suspects that were carrying stolen property, such as mail theft, catalytic converters. They confiscated illegal weapons, firearms without serial numbers, and they identified countless persons with serious out-of-state violent felony warrants for crimes such as aggravated assault, homicide, and sex offenses. Through the officers' work, these criminals were transported back to their home states to face criminal prosecution. The next two slides are going to depict Part 1 and Part 2 crime in our downtown area. We maintain a record of the crime that occurs both in the promenade and the surrounding businesses and neighborhoods. The promenade is illustrated in the pink rectangle. It is bounded by Wilshire on the north, Colorado on the south, 4th on the east, and 2nd on the west. The larger gray map is what we consider the greater downtown Santa Monica district and surrounding neighborhood. We look at it this way because we are tracking the effect of our work in our central part, and then measuring the impact it has in the surrounding neighborhoods. The bar graphs indicate the number of Part 1 crimes in the area. The total was 1,798 reported events for 2022. The peaks and valleys are indicative of the various deployments, the combination of public health and safety operations in conjunction with our social service partners and public works, as well as focused presence in downtown, such as our 5-week holiday deployment. We noted during our holiday deployment that we had approximately 95 fewer reported events while we were deployed in comparison to the previous 5 weeks. That deployment went from late November to late December. This is a view of Part 2 crime in that same area, and here you can see the impact of our deployments, peaking and then dropping off. We had a total of 1,323 Part 2 crime events throughout 2022. The success. So much credit goes to the officers and their dedication to our city's public safety. There is a lot to be said about their feeling of confidence. The fact that you support them and believe in them goes a long way in helping them feel assured about the work they do. Our public health and safety operations occurred throughout the year and were driven and directed by the downtown service officers. 13 downtown service officers, normally staffed with 18, did all the work of coordinating with regular patrol officers and our directed action response team, a team of code enforcement, fire department, public works, and a city attorney. And by the way, this team was amazing in protecting the pier, the beach, the oceanfront walk, Palisades Park, and Reed Park, and downtown. The officers on the DART team are responsible for the identification of hazardous and flammable vending on the pier. They kept the peace between warring vendors. They simultaneously addressed encampments on the beach and under the pier. They collaborated on retail theft deployments in downtown. They identified weapons violations and attended numerous community events. Our Live View mobile camera system began operation in December of 2021, and they were taken offline once we expended the funding in the fall of 2022. The cameras were very successful. They helped in identifying crime suspects both in the act and after the fact. Every time we moved the camera from one location to the next, the businesses that were affected immediately requested that the cameras be brought back. In 2022, our staff in transportation and police identified our new private security company, GoodGuard, which has been in operation for just under 2 months. And in that time, they have proven to be a very good investment. A professional service that utilizes body-worn cameras and a nightly supervisor who ensures that our needs are met late at night in our downtown. Our drone as a first responder program also launched in the winter of 2021 and has been a resounding success, arriving on scene before our patrol officers approximately 88% of the time. Countless times, our DFR program saved lives, identified criminals, and kept our community safe. Our DFR operator spoke with numerous 911 callers. He obtained additional information and so often amazed our residents with the quickness and efficiency that we arrived and began to take care of their problem immediately. And now in the next slide, I'm going to show you some of the work that the DFR program has accomplished. And I want to unfortunately harken back to 2014. Tamir Rice was a 12-year-old in Cleveland, Ohio. There was a report of him handling a firearm in a schoolyard. And the officer's response and arrival and him holding the firearm led to Tamir being shot and killed. And so there were a lot of lessons learned from that event. And I want to show you what we are doing in Santa Monica under those same conditions. And so I'll narrate for you the first event. What it is we responded on a call of various young people pointing handguns at passersby. And then after that, we're going to switch to another video. It is a report of a man with a rifle. And on the last one, it is the classic man with a gun call at a grocery store. And the video will speak for itself. This is Olympic and I think Maine. The DFR operator is talking to the officers right now, and he tells them, I think that the guns that they're using are airsoft guns. And now he doesn't say he's 100% sure, but he lets them know he thinks that they're not real. And so this then dictates the type of approach that we have with them. And so in this case, from a distance, we begin to warn them and then get them to lay down, and then we approach them. And you'll see they start to walk. At this point, they don't know that we're there yet. And now here at a distance, we're telling them to stop where they're at and lay down before we approach. Slow, calm. Took them into custody. This is a call of a man with a rifle, and this is only a couple weeks old. And so here it is. This guy's target practicing with his rifle. And so watch what happens next. It's a pump action pellet gun. It's still dangerous. We still took a lot of precautions, but it certainly changes the dynamic and informs us as to what we're coming up on. It helps us really slow it down. And I got to imagine there's some kind of ordinance in Santa Monica that says you can't shoot your pellet rifle.
I would hope so.
Okay, the next one. This is a classic, right? Man with a gun at a pharmacy, I guess. There he is. He's about to pull it out. There it is. He lights his cigarette with it. Watch the officers approach. Their guns aren't drawn. I mean, they're walking with a purpose, but it's completely different from that harrowing video of 2014. I still remember it. Okay, over the course of 2022, we had approximately 52 protests in Santa Monica. That's one a week. While some weekends were light, There were others we had 4 going on at once. Although there were highly charged events at times that led to some pushing and shoving, our officers stepped in the middle of it and kept the parties apart, preventing assaultive behavior while protecting everyone's First Amendment right to free speech. 52 protests last year. Now, given all the rhetoric around May of 2020, this is a significant achievement for our city. And we likely undercounted, but we saved 27 people using Narcan. Our highly vaulted animal shelter returned or adopted 372 pets. Our detectives working with half of their staff, 15 detectives, cleared 1,132 cases and solved 3 homicides that were just as challenging and difficult as any case with national prominence. We redirected 86 arrestees to the Alternatives to Incarceration program and had 20 graduates. And we hosted 343 community events, everything from Coffee with a Cop to community academies and our very successful National Night Out. On social media, we have 55,000 followers. Our posts on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter had over 2 million impressions, and we reached 1.5 million users. And lastly, I want to say that we made great strides in building our relationship with the Police Commission. During our most recent concerns stemming from the case in Memphis, we contacted the leaders of the commission and kept them appraised of our plans. It was a big step forward in building trust. At last week's first in-person commission meeting, we ensured that the police department attended and welcomed everyone that was present. This was also the first time that the leaders of the Police Officers Association attended the meeting in person, even though they were not on the agenda. And I'll reiterate what I've said publicly. The progress we are experiencing is due to the leadership of Derek Devermont, George Centeno, Deputy Chief Derek Jacob, and Lieutenant Sal Lucio. I am incredibly grateful and hopeful for our future. New in 2023, strategic planning. We have to get ready for the next 5 years. The 2028 Olympics will be here before you know it. We have a robust plan to continue hiring for vacancies in both sworn and professional staff. We added 1 sergeant position to the technology division with the explicit job of determining our needs going forward. The 2023 uniform deployment model will improve resource allocation, enhance team unity, supervision, and accountability. We will test license plate readers in our downtown area, and we will bring Live 911 online in 2023. This software allows our officers to hear the 911 caller live as they are speaking with the dispatcher. And so often, we don't know exactly what's going on, but this feature helps us build better context into the response. So in an emergency, we are safer and better prepared to serve the public. And we will have a new computer-aided dispatching system online this year, replacing the nearly 30-year-old system that is currently in place. Along with that, we will share a software system with the Office of Emergency Management that will keep track of 911 calls, providing up-to-the-minute feedback to people that called 911. They'll know if their call has been dispatched, if the officer is on his way, or if the call is still in the queue. Additionally, for police, we will be able to track our service delivery to victims of crime, and there will be a built-in feature that will provide us with necessary feedback on our service and performance. I mentioned that we need to be prepared for the 2028 Olympics, and without a doubt, one key component that we need is the creation of a real-time crime and information center, a hub where we can harness the power of CCTV and license plate reader cameras, a place where we can manage and analyze video and integrate it with 21st century mapping technology. We cannot continue to attempt to thwart today's crime with yesterday's technology. I was in our crime meeting recently and came to learn that our crime mapping function has been inoperative. Our crime analysts, doing their best, were using Google Maps and dots on a map to illustrate where the crime hotspots were occurring. Now, this method is one step above paper pin maps I was using 30 years ago. If we are to protect our community, we need to have the latest suite of products that in an instant can visualize the data and tell you what's up, what's down, and where it's happening. The same goes for our police department's transparency web portal. At any given time, we should be able to tell the public how many calls for service we've taken, what the crime rate is, how many people we've stopped, who they were, and if they were arrested or they were released. As I stand before you today, we are not close to my vision of data visualization and information sharing. Despite all the technology challenges we face, we are accountable and trusted. We want to be even more transparent and engaged. We are inclusive and collaborative. But most of all, our officers are courageous and they possess character and competence. Moreover, they have a heart of service, and I am very proud of them. And so should you. Walking through our station is one of the most rewarding things a person can do. You literally see everyone from every background. Our officers are reflective of the community that we serve. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Thank you very much, Chief, and I hope that you will convey our gratitude to all of your personnel. It's obviously we're proud to be here in Santa Monica and have such a wonderful police force. I believe we have a question from Councilmember Brock.
When does it turn green? Oh, okay. A couple of questions. So I note at the beginning you talked about how many officers that we have available and supervisory officers and how many we have out. Our peak full schedule is 221 uniformed personnel. So right now you said we were at 180 something minus 39.
182.
And we are, I know I was grateful to attend the inaugural, if you will, the swearing in of 8 new officers 2 weeks ago. How are we and how can we tell the public how long it will take to be fully staffed? And knowing that as you get fully staffed, people still retire, people unfortunately get hurt on the job, et cetera. But how much of a difference would that make to our crime statistics if we were fully staffed in terms of patrol and the day-to-day supervision of the city?
All right, so I am in constant communication with the city manager, talking about the fact that in the next 2 years, we have about 53 officers that are going to be age eligible to retire. So what we're doing is that in the last year, for example, we hired 28 new officers, which was obviously a record in comparison to 2020 and 2021. This year, the goal is 40 new officers. But again, it is balanced against the fact that we know that folks are going to retire. It is very challenging to fill the ranks and to get to where we need to be as officers begin to fall off and go on long-term injury, or they're getting ready to retire. But the fact that the city manager and the city management team allows us to continually hire for those vacancies and to look to overhire in some cases for our officer vacancies gives us the ability to stay essentially on par with what we're losing. But frankly, I think it's going to take a few years before we're able to get to a place that we're able to increase the number of officers that we have on staff.
And that would be my first follow-up, would be you've been here now over a year. What do you determine would be the optimum strength level of our police department? What should the public look at as not our authorized strength now, but where do you believe we should be, for instance, for the 2028 Olympics?
250 officers.
Okay. So we need to be able to increase our staffing beyond our maximum by 30 officers, approximately 29 officers.
29.
Okay. When you were talking about 0 to Part 5 crimes or 1 to 5 crimes, what is the national average and how do we compare to the national average and California average? Because I know that's what I used to hear, especially with fire, is how long does it take them to get to a call? What's the optimum?
So
and where are we?
I don't look at it that way. I look at it from the perspective of we're 8.5 square mile city with a lot of congestion, a lot of traffic. And so I think about the fact that if we can get to an urgent emergency call in under 4 minutes, then we're doing pretty good. I feel as though that could be a little bit better, but for what we're dealing with right now, I feel good about that response time. I think that what bothers me the most is the fact that we have crimes that are occurring in parts of our city where we don't have the ability to react to it and to be a force that changes those dynamics. Mail theft, I talked about it. Catalytic converter theft, break-ins into our parking garages. Those things are happening, and that's where I wish we could make a difference in that arena. We know that with the crime hotspots that we have in our downtown area, simply our presence alone thwarts that crime and prevents it from happening.
And the follow-ups there, that the downtown force that has been reacting lowered crime, and it made residents and visitors feel better about coming downtown. But that's not a full-time unit, and it's been operating on overtime.
So yeah, so
how do we make that? Sorry, how do we make that full-time, because that area needs full-time coverage, full-time enforcement, obviously different amounts depending on whether it's a weekend or a Monday. But how do we do that in concert with DTSM? How do we do that in concert with the needs of downtown?
So we have been doing everything on overtime. I would say that, when I talked about the downtown service officers operating with 13 officers when they're normally supposed to be staffed with 18, that would make a tremendous difference, being able to bring that number to full staffing. I think that there is an opportunity to be able to work with downtown Santa Monica and a private security company, a competent private security company, I think could make a difference. I feel as though this pilot that we're running with Good Guard at night has so far been successful in helping us respond to crime. They've had incidents already where they've identified an issue, called us right away, captured it on their body-worn camera, and been great witnesses.
While we're looking at that, in terms of, I saw that when I was in Santa Barbara last year, and I brought that back to you. They had this interesting unit of volunteer police officers that patrolled, especially Cabrillo in that city. And it was interesting. You said, oh, you used to do that in Arizona. And I was wondering, do we even have the resources to begin to look at adding more residents to helping protect the city in that way?
So Santa Monica PD had a volunteer corps program of residents that volunteered. I don't know particularly at what time they stopped doing that, but that is something that we're looking at into the future. But I can't tell you right now, how we would deploy it or how we'd manage it, because I know that the personnel that we had on hand to manage it in the past, we don't have those folks anymore.
And possibly, I think, two more comments or questions. I think what you showed tonight can reassure a lot of residents that this police department, the officers that work with you every single day, first of all, I think are extraordinary. I think they're absolutely fabulous. I think we have an absolutely first-rate police department that's second to none in our county and our state. Not a question, but
thank you.
I'd like you to convey that to your officers, that I see your officers every single day. As you know, I try and be out in the city, walking, riding everywhere. I think their professionalism, their care and concern for our residents, for our visitors, is absolutely outstanding. And the DART team made such an incredible difference along our waterfront. So please let them know that I at least think the world of our officers in the back of the room, your whole staff. And I'm proud every day to see our Santa Monica police officers on our streets assisting people in need. So please thank them for me.
We will.
And I'll rest.
Councilmember Terosas.
Chief, thank you so much for this really great presentation. Quick question, just going back to the software that you mentioned at the beginning in your prioritization system. Can you just explain a little bit more how the software really enabled you to decrease your response times? Or did I misunderstand that it was the software?
So we are going to install that software.
You have not?
This
Okay.
year, yeah.
How did you decrease the response times then is my question.
That was a lot of work between Deputy Chief Derek Jacob and Lindsay Call, the manager of OEM. They reprioritized some of the calls in downtown. There was a heavy emphasis on making sure that as soon as the call came in from the public, that call didn't wait. And so their dispatching group immediately pushed that call out. And in response, our officers immediately responded on the call. And now I got to tell you that that is really amazing because our Office of Emergency Management and 911, they are really suffering with their staffing. But they really made this happen. It was great teamwork between the chief and Lindsay.
I would just say major kudos to that. If the public doesn't see that that's a tangible result, I don't know what they will see, but that's fantastic. I would also just say thank you for showing us the drone footage. I think it's moments like these that are very difficult for first line responders. You know, the adrenaline's pumping. You're not sure what you're looking at. And any of that information that you can get from the drone to share with the frontline officers, I think is super critical. And I just want more of what you showed us. And so to that end, your request for technology, is not falling on deaf ears, at least for me. I think it's really, really critical. The fact that you don't even have GIS mapping is kind of a ridiculous. I'm a little frightened that I've just heard that. But I would say that if we want to recruit world-class individuals to our world-class city, if we want to attract the right type of police officers that want to be here, we need top-of-the-line 21st century technology. So I, for one, will just say publicly, I absolutely support that. Whatever we can do to help you. I'm very concerned about recruitment. I know we're in a very difficult labor market, and I want to make sure that folks, that our police officers feel welcome and supported here, and that this is a place that they can grow and learn and thrive. So thank you for raising that, and just thank you for all the amazing work you're doing and the way you're communicating it. I think it's really been a welcome change.
Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Thank you. I really enjoyed watching those drone videos because it really did show you how you can de-escalate a situation. Only one officer slowly, quietly responded to the man shooting with the air rifle, and obviously without that drone, that probably would have been a very different circumstance. I wanted to ask how we compare to like our neighboring comparable cities. I don't know if that would be Culver City, Torrance, in terms of technology. And if you know that.
Yeah, so our small city neighbors just to the east of us have a real-time crime information center, and so we're looking at their technology very closely to see what parts of what they're deploying could work for us in our downtown initially, and then with the hope of building it out over time. It is, this technology is expensive, no doubt about it, and we realize that our ask is a big one, but it is so important in order to begin to establish the foundation and the footing for where we move from here, getting ready for the 2028 Olympics. And by starting in downtown and then building the footprint out from there, will give us that ability to springboard forward. Chula Vista is the only other city. Chula Vista is actually the city that started the drone program, and then Santa Monica followed. And then after Santa Monica, other cities such as Beverly Hills picked up on the drone program. So next week, the Santa Monica Police Department is going to be presenting at a statewide police chief conference on the drone program. So that just gives you an idea of how far we've taken this little program with literally shoestring budget. One-time funding. The funding for the drone program is going to expire at the end of this year. So it is definitely important that we try to do everything we can to keep this system in operation.
No, that's just the drone program, but there's other programs. I know just recently we were in West LA near UCLA, and we went into a parking structure, and something happened at the Target there, and they had a system that I guess scanned your license plate when you went in. And so when the police were there, we were just asking, and they said that information, they were already aware that the car was stolen. And I thought that was, I didn't even see where the camera was. Is that also some of the technology that we're looking at investing in?
So in 2019, the council at the time approved license plate reader cameras through a statewide grant. And those cameras are like finally here this year. And they're getting installed, I think, last month, this month. It is about 23, 24 cameras that kind of will ring around the city, the best ingress and egress points. And if we think about what happened to us 3 years ago in May of 2020, that is going to be really important down the road. But what we are testing out here, hopefully in the next few months, is going to be a concentric ring of license plate reading cameras that are in the downtown area. So we'll be able to tell, like if a criminal comes in, commits a crime, we'll be able to figure out, more than likely, at what point he entered the city, and then at what point he got into downtown, and then especially at what point he left, and in what direction he went. So that's, and it's two different systems that we're going to try to look at, because each system has different features, and so I think it gives us greater flexibility. Instead of investing into one system, we'll have two systems that complement each other.
And I'm assuming that system cuts down a lot of time in terms of, and it cost reviewing hours and hours and hours of.
So I have a perfect example to tell you about. I told you guys about, we had 3 homicides, and 2 of them were complete whodunit. One of them occurred near the beach in the 1515 lot. And we had about 36 hours of video. And I just talked to you about 15 detectives. So between 15 detectives, every single one of them, and I sat in this briefing, and I couldn't believe it, but between 15 detectives, each one of them volunteered for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours of watching video. Actually, there weren't any that volunteered for 4. But still, it just shows you that you take out 15 detectives to watch 36 hours of video to look for one blue car and figure out what time it came in and what happened around it. And while they're doing that, our property crimes continue to pile up. They keep coming in, and they're not being worked. And so there is software out there that will focus on what I'm wearing, not what I look like. It'll focus on the color of the car, and within minutes, give us a response as to what we're looking for. And so those things are available. They have been available. We just have been a little bit slow to get there.
So accuracy, I would imagine the timing it takes to do reports, those are things that would maybe be cut down. And would you say they would positively impact like how quickly officers get back out onto the streets? I'm excited to see the change. I hope at some point too, as someone who over the years had to file a lot of police reports at our music store, that we can just click and get them easily online. Will residents be able to do that at some point too? Is it part of this?
Yeah, so right now, I think I mentioned our report writing system is about 30 years old. And so the new system that is coming online is going to have a greater flexibility, way more robust, and allow for citizens to make their own decisions about what they want to do. If they want to talk to an officer in person, or if they want to file a report online.
Wow. Well, thank you for the report. And also I share the sentiments of both the council members here that we're very grateful for the police department that we have and the new leadership that you've brought. So thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Okay. Chief Batista, thank you very much for your report. I know you and I talked about the importance of these reports, and it's just really, really good to get this information to us. And so I really thank you for putting this presentation together. And also, I really want to thank you publicly for agreeing to do these reports on a quarterly basis, which I think will be very important, for us to send the message, to our community that public safety is priority number 1 for this city council and for this government. So thank you very much for helping us deliver that message. I had a couple of questions. The drone, I've seen actually a woman police officer controlling the drone up above the roof of the police department. How many police officers do we have right now trained managing the drone program?
So right now we work with a private company, right? So there is a private pilot who sits on top of the roof, and there's our pilot who sits inside of a control room, and he is in communication with the officers, the radio room, and he's got multiple screens that he's looking at. And he is literally got the ability to talk to the person that makes the call. And he's also watching using the camera footage on his big screen TV. The private pilot that's upstairs, their job is to make sure that there are no other aircraft in the area and that we avoid buildings and any kind of air hazard that could come into the area. We also have about 12 officers that are trained FAA pilots now that are trained to be able to deploy a miniature-sized drone out of the trunk of their car during the hours of operation that the main drone is not working. So because of the limited manpower and hours that we have to operate the drone, it only works for certain hours of the day, and in the evening hours, these other officers are able to deploy the drone out of their car whenever they're on patrol. So approximately 15 FAA certified pilots that can operate the drone.
Oh, great. Yeah, so thank you for sharing that information so we understand how the drone program will work, because I was imagining that many officers would have the capacity to, deploy the drones. And that's great. On the Real-Time Crime Information Center, do we know for our city sort of what the estimate would be on cost for that type of center?
You and the city manager have been asking the exact same question. I got to tell you that I don't want to put a price tag on it that gives us sticker shock. But at the same time, I realize that we have to get something off the ground, and especially if we start with our downtown footprint, it is smaller and much more manageable. But from there, we can build out to what we need to have.
Okay, so it'd be something smaller and then scale up as we move along. The last thing I wanted to just make a quick comment. I've had the privilege of meeting officers on the promenade the other day who were recently hired, and they grew up here on the west side. And you can just tell the pride that they have, working for their department. So that says a lot, and they're new on the job, but they feel really, proud to be a part of the Santa Monica Police Department and happy to be in the role that they're playing in the downtown. It's real important for us to have relationships with our residents. In fact, many of the calls, it looks like the ones what you showed, someone obviously called, and said, hey, look, they saw something and they reported it. I think it's really important for us to have that relationship. And I've been thinking about sort of, well, I don't, you don't have to tell us now, but maybe in a future report, or if you want to make any comment now, it'd be good to hear sort of how we might be able to strengthen that relationship with residents, with neighborhood groups. What's the vision for having more of that two-way communication so that we can prevent crime from happening, address issues, and so forth. Have you given any is there anything on the horizon along those lines?
So as I talked about right now, we're in the earliest stages of putting together a strategic plan for the next 5 years. And I think that there is a lot of strength in revitalizing Neighborhood Watch. I think that once we get to a place that we are staffed the way that I feel that we can be, we'll be able to deploy our officers on bicycles or on foot in certain neighborhoods. And that is certainly the vision of where I'd like to take us. But right now, with the staffing that we have and the amount of travel that I have to make sure that they're able to get to, it is difficult to say that I'll be able to have them in a neighborhood on foot. There are times when, for a special deployment, we'll put bicycles in a particular area, and that obviously creates a lot of good interaction between themselves and the residents. But I really believe that we have to be able to go back and utilize the relationships with our neighborhoods and through something like Neighborhood Watch.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think I've talked to residents who would like to see sort of a more robust, Neighborhood Watch, for lack of a better program, but that's what we know it as. So thank you very much for your report.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you. So most of my questions were answered, but just wanted to begin by thanking you for this report. I really appreciated it, and I enjoyed watching the drone footage because, obviously I was looking at it from that situational awareness perspective. I'm like, oh yeah, so it was really neat to see that in action. I've seen it in trainings, but not really having our officers deploy it and be successful in that way. So that was really a gift to see right now. I echo what my colleagues have said about the work, the tremendous amount of work that our department has done, through the city. I really see the difference. I feel the difference, and the conversations that I've had with, all the officers on the street have been really incredible. And so I commend you for that, and I want to thank you and the department for all the hard work. And I look forward to seeing how the department continues to grow, and I support the vision with all the new technology. The question that I was going to have was really about, the CAD system or the dispatch system. Like, did I really hear you say that it's 30 years old? And then when are you going to get the new system in? And my next question was going to be, what are your redundancies in case something happens? But then I was like, no, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't ask that because it could be a security issue. So I take that back. But my other kind of I'll leave with this. I attended I was supposed to, Denise, we didn't talk about conferences, but okay. I attended an Independent Cities Association conference a couple weeks ago, and it deals with public safety. And one of the, Ricardo Luna, Sheriff Luna was there, and we were talking about community policing. And one of the things that he talked about with community policing and some of the things that he's implementing that I just thought was so great. Obviously, right now, we're not staffed up enough, but he said that he challenges his officers. He gives them time. He says that he'll give them 2 hours or 4 hours, and you have to go to your beat. And he challenges them to come back, to see who can get the most names of kids. And I thought that was great. And it's that you can get their names by stopping and playing basketball with them, or going down to the park, or pickleball, or baseball, or literally, you've got 2 hours to go and hang out. And I thought that was a really beautiful sentiment to really get our officers to reconnect with the community. And so I just wanted to kind of bring that back to you because it really was very favorable and just a really neat way to kind of get back. So anyhow, so thank you so much again for everything. Appreciate you.
Well, thank you very much, Chief Batista. We really appreciate your report this evening and all the things, again, that you and your department do. And we look forward to hearing updates as the year progresses.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And does that conclude the city manager's report?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Then we will move on, Madam Clerk, to, I think we've had a preview from Councilmember Parra.
So let me ask the question, do any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
Councilmember Brock.
No, let Councilmember Parra start.
All right. Councilmember
Then I'll
Parra.
add whatever. She takes more copious notes for the meetings.
Well, we attended the Independent Cities Association with conference a couple weeks ago in Santa Barbara. There were some fantastic speakers that spoke about domestic violence from the law enforcement perspective. Oh, thank you. Sorry. That spoke about public domestic violence from the law enforcement perspective. And they spoke about the calls for service. They talked about how to reduce it. They talked about how to get services into school to support children, to support parents. Also additional support and counseling and training to teach teachers to see signs and what have you of any type of domestic violence. And so that was a very informative training. We also had an opportunity to listen to Sheriff Luna, and that was really great. There was additional trainings. We had a media training where we had to pretend like we were in front of a camera. So he did great on that one. And what else? I think that's it. Thank you.
I'll add, there was one seminar on what they called waters, guns, and liabilities facing cities. So it was everything from, a lot of it had to do with public works, from shaving cement to smooth sidewalks to potential water liabilities, the issues with guns in cities, trying to work on that. Sheriff Luna, who I believe Ramon, our chief, has a long-standing relationship with, but Sheriff Luna was great, and I was also very impressed with the fact that he wanted officers to get out in the community in their beats and take some time, hopefully not with calls coming in over and over again, but take some time to get to know kids, teens on the beats, so that it wasn't the sheriffs against the people in the city, it was them together. And they felt that had a lot of progress. It was a good thing he had done that in Long Beach and was trying to institute it in the county right now. The domestic violence reports and that seminar were also good. And there was just a general amount of wisdom. And I always learn even from my fellow electeds. Especially a lot of the electeds were from the beach cities in Southern California. So it's always valuable to hear what they're doing from city attorney perspective, from police officer perspective, from city manager perspectives, and things that we can bring back and have a new look at in our city. So I thought it was a worthwhile seminar. Thank you.
Any other reports of travel? Not seeing any. I think we can move on to the consent calendar, Madam Clerk.
The consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion in accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of the title unless a council member present dissents. And I have not received any notification that any items were being pulled.
All right. Did anyone miss the deadline for asking to pull anything? Do we have any late pulls?
Well, that's usually me, but I'm going to let it go.
All right. It doesn't look like we have any late pulls, and I'll entertain a motion for the entire consent calendar.
I move.
Moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Sorry, let me clear the motions.
Sure.
Was it Brock?
Made by Brock, seconded by De La Torre.
Thank you. Okay. Here we go. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete. Yes. Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes. And that motion passes 7-0 unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Mayor, next I know you guys have previously said you were going to hear the continued items before the public input, but we did not hear public input at the last meeting on the two continued items. So there are 13 speakers that are for the remainder of the agenda. So I'm asking council if you would like to open that up to have the remainder.
Yes, we'll hear all the speakers at once, both on the continued items and on the new items tonight.
Okay, so let me read this. So this is public input on the remaining agenda items, and I want to make it known, all public comment on the housing element will be heard at tonight's meeting only.
All right, and before we begin, Madam Clerk, I know we have two planning commissioners. Are either one of the planning commissioners speaking officially on behalf of the Planning Commission? All right, then we should begin with them, and they get 5 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Jim Reese with the Planning Commission. Thanks for having us here tonight on this issue for the housing element. Excuse me while I put on my glasses here. Tonight, before you're going to hear the first presentation you're going to have on what we believe is a compliant zoning ordinance with our housing element. And we urge you to look at this very closely. Most of the issues have been addressed. There are still a few dangling issues out there that need your attention. I want to thank staff for all their hard work. They put in a ton of effort. We had a lot of input from the community. And of course, my fellow commissioners put in a lot of work. Key changes that we've brought to the zoning code are streamlining most approval processes. We've amended development constraints to incentivize housing production over commercial. We've updated the density bonus and the AHPP rules. I will say we still probably need a little more work on the density bonus. Allowing housing in new parts of the city where it wasn't before. We've encouraged development on surface parking lots along commercial corridors, as well as at houses of worship. We and staff have had to stay on top of swift-moving state laws such as AB 2097, AB 2011, and SB 478, which all have significant impacts on our development rights as we move along. Areas of disagreement that I'd like to highlight to you. Again, I'm going to say that there's a couple of issues related to pro formas in the density bonus, but streamlining downtown. We have a different standard for downtown approvals as opposed to the rest of the city. I think that most of us would agree that if we are going to have development, having a downtown makes the most sense. So having a different and a harder process there doesn't make a lot of sense. Didn't make a lot of sense to the commission. The commission was also a little concerned about the 20% affordable. I understand staff is still analyzing that. We'll bring information to you, but want to highlight to you that that's going to be a critical component. 20% affordable is a very tall task. We were able to do it on one project at the Vons, but that's pretty much the only project I know of outside of my 100% affordable projects that had that level. Moderate income overlays, we have argued, or staff, and I think it was your direction to have these around transit portals or transit corridors. We would argue if we can get these anywhere in the city, we should be happy to have moderate income overlays, and they should be expanded. The issue that we struggled with the most, and we had the most robust conversation, was neighborhood commercial. And in the end, the commission voted to present to you tonight a housing element compliant project. But there was a majority of the commission that felt that you should really reach out to HCD and try to work with them on that issue. I was not part of that majority, so I don't feel it's appropriate for me to try to defend that. And I'm asked my colleague, Commissioner Lambert, to come up and talk a little bit about that. I think I'm done with my formal remarks. The commission is available to you as a resource, but your staff is fantastic, and they will give you a great presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Reese.
Is this the clock?
Yes.
Good evening and happy Valentine's Day, and I wouldn't be here if Jim agreed with me. I'm Leslie Lambert. I'm representing the Planning Commission on the neighborhood commercial issue. The majority of the entire commission voted to recommend that you adopt the red lines in compliance with the housing element by upzoning the neighborhood commercial areas, because we don't want builder's remedy again. So that we firmly recommend that. But the majority of the commission also recommended that we submit an application to HCD to ask their approval to amend the housing element to restore the existing zoning in neighborhood commercial districts. And there are a number of reasons for that. I sent you all a letter. I don't have time to read the letter. The high points also were in over 500 pieces of public input you guys got today. And basically, the bottom line is it involves, if this actually came to be, the displacement of hundreds of units, I'm a housing person, hundreds of local businesses that have been here for years, if not decades. These 4 commercial areas are the most successful commercial areas in the city. They have the lowest vacancy rates. They are walkable. They are outdoor dining. They are neighborhood assets, and we want to see them preserved. We also, staff does not support this because they feel that we've not met our fair share in certain parts of the city in terms of housing production. And they break the city into the south side and the north side. And when you actually look at what's going on in the south side, which is Ocean Park and Sunset Park, there are about 890 units under construction or completed within the past year in the south side of Santa Monica, and 103 of those are affordable. We are almost surpassing our ADU production north of Montana, which the state signed off on as a housing strategy for that neighborhood. So I feel very good that housing is actually happening. I want to close by saying it's important that I read this because this has become kind of personal, frankly. The commission fully appreciates the magnitude of the housing. Why it recommended upzoning. Can I finish?
Yeah, you can finish.
Thank you. Wyatt recommended upzoning to accommodate 13,600 new housing units in Santa Monica. That's 153% of the RENA goal. There are those in the community saying that those opposed to upzoning neighborhood commercial are demonizing housing. I got such a letter today. Planning Commission, this shows a singular lack of knowledge and comprehension of the past 2.5 years of Planning Commission deliberations. That said, the Commission does not support the displacement of hundreds of locally owned businesses that serve tens of thousands of residents and the potential erasure of any business district in Ocean Park or Pico to pay for that is willing to pay for that. Nor does it support the redevelopment of these business districts with 5 to 7 story buildings with 85% of the new units available to those who can afford higher rents than those currently in the surrounding neighborhoods. This scenario is not the legacy that many on the Commission wish to leave for Santa Monica. Finally, I do think that we could submit a successful application to HCD. It's not the end of the world if they say no. I mean, I don't know whether they will say yes or no, but I think we could actually do a very strong application for amending the housing element to restore the neighborhood commercial zoning. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Lambert. All right, we're going to go now to the list as is. All right, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to call a few names. Please line up at the wall to your left, my right. The first 4 names are Anthony Malika, Adam Bester, Mark Malika, and Denise Barton.
And Mayor Anthony Malika, I believe, is speaking. He's having time donated.
All right. And he has time donated from Mark?
Mark.
All right. Okay, so he'll have 4 minutes.
I probably won't take the whole 4 minutes. Do you need to know what item I'm speaking on?
Yes. Before you start to speak, please identify, we need you to state your full name and also identify the item number on which you're speaking.
Okay, I'm looking for the item number. It's Staff Report 65591 regarding the parklets. I don't know what is it?
It's 10A.
10A. Okay. I'm Anthony Malika here from La Vecchia Cucina in Santa Monica, speaking on 10A. I come to support this amendment. It was hard to get other restaurants here, obviously. It's Valentine's Day and they're all busy working. I do want to address a few things that I read in this staff report. First, regarding the parklets extending into parking spaces in front of the adjacent businesses. The parking program requires an applicant to get the adjacent business operator or tenant approval to go into those parking spaces. Not a problem. This amendment now adds a requirement of getting the adjacent property owner's approval as well. How is an applicant supposed to locate and contact a property owner who you don't know and don't have a relationship with, and then convince them to sign something that they're probably not going to do? It's a hurdle that some businesses, it's not just me, I'm thinking about other applicants contacting landlords that they don't know. It's not going to be that great. Second, and very important, parklets are an extension of your restaurant. Restaurants have a feeling, a design, a look. The parklet that was built on Main Street for Tavern on Main is perfect for Tavern on Main. And their concept, it feels like an extension of their tavern. If you try putting that parklet in front of another restaurant, like La Vecchia or Chinois or Pajoli or something like that, it won't work. Parklets should have the ability to be different, that's part of this amendment with what's going on. Have them feel different, feel like an extension of their restaurant like ours does, which leads me to number 3. The indemnification requirement that's part of this amendment requires that the applicant say that we need to indemnify, defend, and hold the city harmless from any liability or exposure arising from the use of the parklet. No problem. Totally understandable. That is, though, as long as we can do our part for public safety in protecting our customers. I'm glad the chief here spoke about what was going on in our city, but there is the occasional intoxicated person walking down the street, or unfortunately, sometimes maybe even a mentally ill person walking down the street, and we want to protect them from our customers so that an event doesn't happen that would maybe mean liability for us. How did we accomplish that? We put up lattice around the perimeter of our parklet, which is stopping people from reaching over, reaching in, and doing things like that. Lattice is not an opaque solid material. You can see through lattice, light can shine through lattice. Depending on how you read the parklet manual, lattice may or may not be allowed. We hope it is allowed. The other option in the parklet manual, or what it more clearly expects you to use, is clear plastic material, which isn't really a great look for all restaurants, and boilerplating it to just that. So we hope you consider that. Thank you for bringing this matter up. We also welcome any future amendments that the City Council would consider for a more diverse, vibrant, and flexible parklet program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Adam Bester.
Hi, good evening. Adam Bester, speaking on the same issue as Mr. Malika. As an Ocean Park resident for 16 years in our fair city, I also want to put in a good word for the diversity of different parklet designs and spaces depending on what the particular format or size of the restaurant is. I think living here has been a great pleasure for me in the fact that we have so much in such a tight space, so much diversity of cuisine and price points and social gathering venues, that to create a clone-like or near clone-like approach to how outdoor restaurants need to look, I think misses, takes away from actually a great success and a great distinctive element to our great and fair city. I would also like to say, just in generically speaking, that the parklets themselves, rather than just being, venues for the, young folks hanging around at night, I found were actually very important to senior citizens who, during the pandemic and still in the somewhat post-pandemic phase, were very reluctant to go back into crowded restaurants in town, either for their own health reasons or because they were partners with or caregivers to other people who are immunocompromised or elderly or what have you. And I have noticed several folks at different places who just habitually go just to the outdoor, even if they're one of the few folks sitting out there, because they are hesitant to go, into the crowded situation. So just wanted to.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Barton. And before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Jonathan Foster, Jerry Liu, Gans Mojecki, and all I can see is RISS. I apologize. And Ms. Barton, it shows that you're speaking on 3 different items. Is that correct? So if you'll identify which item you're speaking on before you begin, that would be great. Thank you.
Good evening. For continued item 8A on the city's sustainability plan, it would appear we've gone back to ESG investments. Although ESG has been rocked by scandal for greenwashing things that are bad for the environment and people. For example, few carbon offsets actually reduce carbon emissions. Or what about the other scams like paying renewable energy developers who are already going to build wind and solar projects? Hasn't our city done that? And you're fine with solar panels and electric car batteries being made in China by Uyghur prisoners, as well as the solar project of destroying fragile desert environments. Then I haven't heard of any new waste disposal solutions for used solar panels, a hazardous waste, so the plan is still to send them to landfills or dump them in poor nations. Next, in regards to the water sustainability and your water recycling program, has it been able to remove the contaminants that other current filtration and treatment systems haven't, such as at least 4,000 pharmaceuticals, including antibiotics, painkillers, anti-epileptics, birth control pills? Or what about personal care products like soap, makeup, fragrances, and there are many more? Yet, doesn't the city plan to confine this contaminated water to other water sources? Also, research has shown PCPs have the potential to cause hormone disruptions in aquatic animals, organisms, with continued exposure, such as scientists observing fish developing both male and female reproductive anatomy. Finally, Would taking away people's freedom of choice to have a gas stove or water heater be your way of funneling money to Edison and your renewable energy programs? Or would this just be the ways of the woke cult? Next, continued item 8B. Would this be the item that was for the helping women own businesses? I ask because the original wording of that item, as with the revised version as of January 20, 2003, doesn't give much information to the public. More information is needed on what this action actually is, the cost, where the money's going to come from, and what public services will suffer because of it. Then would your definition of equity in this item be equity in our Orwellian world is not equality but payback? Again, it is the idea of making current generations pay for the supposed sins of long ago dead of centuries past. Or would a better use of the money be to hire more police to make the city safer? Wouldn't that increase patronage to businesses, helping all businesses within the city? Next, item 11A. One does have to wonder if declaring an emergency on homelessness is so you can continue your spending without accountability for taxpayer funds spent. I ask only because last November's report to the audit subcommittee had no accounting for the $7 million or more unaccounted for homeless services in financial year 2021. In addition to the entities receiving homeless services funding being unwilling to provide any accounting to Moss Adams for the audit. So the audit report contained no information or accounting for the $7 million, but there were paragraphs on how great staff are and how they are overworked, which would really make it look like a cover-up in comparison to being transparent with the residents, property, and business owners of the city. So I hope you can understand my hesitancy to give you another blank check for homeless services with no accountability for the spending for the problem you created. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Mr. Foster. And Mr. Foster, I don't see anyone lining up behind you, so I'm going to call some more names so we can keep this moving. After Mr. Foster, Jerry Liu, Gans Mojake, and all I get is RISS. After that, Hunter Hall and Natalia Zernitskaya. Go ahead, Mr. Foster.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. Oscar De La Torre, a real-time crime center. The Sacramento police put one in. They used existing office space, and it cost under $500,000. That was what I saw in a real quick search. On the proclamation on page 11, number 8, about encampments within 500 feet of sensitive receptors, should be 2,000 feet. That's 500 feet's too close. It should be much farther. And I think if it's not an encampment, a homeless person still should be able to set up a tent somewhere from 11 p.m. to 7 if it's not an encampment. So at 7 o'clock, they pick up and they're gone. They wrap up their tent and they're gone. That still should be legal because the military men, they died so that homeless people could do this. Number 3, send the rest of the expenses and the bills. I know you're getting federal payments, but send the bill to the Congress and the presidents, these jerks who have got us in $31 trillion of debt. All of this is entirely the federal government's problem, not Santa Monica's problem. Congresspersons making an adjusted to inflation paycheck, $174,000 a year, and their life is not on the line, while Santa Monica PD lives are on the line and getting grotesquely underpaid. This is gross. To try to clean this up is an unmentioned crime against all police departments. Even if I have criticism against some specific police functions, the oil cartel in a single month makes $1 billion a month. The police departments don't have a lot of money. This is a lie. I'm not this stupid. Some of these other things I'm not going to be able to get to. Doggone it. Well, God bless. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Last call for Jerry Liu, Gans Mojaki, RISS, and there's a name beyond that, but that's all that shows here. All right, we're going to skip now to Hunter Hall, Natalia Zernitskaya, and then Amy Anderson after Ms. Zernitskaya.
Good evening, Council, and happy Valentine's Day. First, I'd like to speak on item 10A. And then on item 7. First for 10A. So Main Street and the rest of Santa Monica has gotten a lot of great attention in 2020 and 2021 for our awesome outdoor dining program. Restaurants were starting to come back to the city in droves, and my phone was ringing off the hook with interested operators looking for spaces, largely in part because of the wildly successful Parklet program. They are essential for the elderly and the immunocompromised, as we've heard. Council and staff deservedly got a lot of really good credit for it. Residents and tourists loved it, and we truly are grateful to staff for all their hard work and to council for making it happen. Sadly, that's changing now. Many parklets around the city have disappeared in the last month or so. This is a direct result of large fees, arbitrary design standards, red tape, and bureaucratic hurdles businesses are now forced to navigate. Whatever the reason or intent, the outcome hasn't been great. It just doesn't feel as lively in our city today as it did a year ago. We understand the city is under a great financial duress and that measures must be taken to insulate our community from ruin, but I question the logic of any policy that ultimately results in less outdoor dining in a beachside city. Hopefully, some of that can be revisited. At the very least, existing parklets should be grandparented as they are with respect to size and improvements. In addition, please understand that the personal guarantee is a great disincentive and in reality doesn't really provide the city much protection anyway, in my experience. Lastly, it's fine to require support from neighboring businesses if a parklet is to extend in front of that neighbor, but getting property owner permission is often an insurmountable obstacle and it should not be required. I have personal experience with this in many cities in Southern California. On another note, for item 7, as I wrote council and the planning commission earlier, we are concerned that upzoning Main Street and other neighborhood commercial districts will strip them of their character and ultimately hurt the city. 20 years from now, I suspect it would be clear how disastrous such a change. If a neighborhood commercial district must be upzoned, please consider any ways in which the character of the community can be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Sernitskaya.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Happy Valentine's Day. I'm here to speak on item 7A, but I'm also going to very quickly touch on 8A and 8B and 11A. So I really appreciate all the work that the Planning Commission has done on our housing element. And to first start off on the most controversial topic that you've gotten over 500 pages of public comment on with the neighborhood commercial, I think that pitting businesses versus housing is a false dichotomy. I think we can have the best of both worlds. We can upzone while still maintaining the character of our business community, neighborhoods, our Montana, Main Street, all of the fabulous businesses that we have. We can keep supporting them. I have all this in my letter as well. But I will point to a note in the staff report where it says that, quote, "It appears that not rezoning the neighborhood commercial zone and further upzoning a portion of the Bergamot area beyond that already stated in the certified housing element would likely be rejected by HCD." So I know that we don't want to put ourselves at risk of having our housing element decertified and once again potentially becoming open to builder's remedy projects. I don't think any of us want that. So please pass the necessary rules to ensure that we remain compliant. To touch on 8A, I submitted some comments on our sustainability plan. Yay, sustainability. 8B, maybe there's something in our small business recovery item that can also apply to 7A and neighborhood commercial, help businesses thrive while also providing for new housing. I did submit a letter. It was a little bit late. I apologize. But very, very briefly, we should eliminate the tier system for housing in downtown, and we should also lower the inclusionary requirement to 15%. This is for program 1F. And then program 1J, I think that's the fun one y'all will have a great conversation on. Program 1A, again, standards for downtown should be consistent with the zoning standards citywide. We should reduce and eliminate parking minimums, institute parking. Thank you, that's my time.
Thank you, Ms. Sernitskaya. Ms. Anderson, before you begin, I'm going to call, excuse me, our last speakers, Edward George, and all I see on the last name is BLA, and then Jerry Rubin. You may go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Good evening. Happy Valentine's Day, and it's great to be here in person and to see council live. So thanks for giving us this opportunity. I really came here tonight to say congratulations to the City Council and to staff and to Planning Commission for all their hard work to implement the programs of the city's approved housing element. I think the future agenda item that you're considering related to the state of emergency around homelessness really captures that quickly adopting the zoning and regulatory changes recommended by the Planning Commission are so crucial, because we're not just in a homelessness crisis, we're in a housing affordability crisis. In large part, that is due to decades of underbuilding housing to accommodate the economic and population growth that have occurred here in the region, and policies that have discouraged that housing growth that allows for greater housing options. So I think it's really great that Santa Monica has recognized what a crucial role it can play, both in relieving the crisis here in Santa Monica and in the county. Housing really, and where people grow up, is the greatest determinant of their economic outcomes. So really important for us to do our part to create more housing options. To the neighborhood commercial question, I would just express my support for the upzoning in those areas. I think that they're really ideal for residential development, given their adjacency to transit and services, and that new residents really create an opportunity for increased economic activity and vibrancy. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Last call for Edward George with a last name beginning with B. All right, not seeing any takers. Mr. Rubin, you're up.
Thank you very, very much. Mayor Davis, I'd like to speak on the housing issue and also on the sustainability issue. I forget the numbers. Well, I must say I certainly agree with both my friends Jim Reese and Leslie Lambert, both who said they disagree with each other on the Planning Commission, but I respect our Planning Commission, and I think there's ways to always find a workable solution. I'm a big fan of housing, affordable housing, low-income housing, and market rate housing for families as well. We need a lot, and in the future, I'm sure people are going to want to live here, and we're going to need more. We need to remain compliant, but I'd like to see us work in all the areas to promote housing, including downtown, everywhere. I believe that sometimes when we say we want to protect the character of the neighborhood, of course we do, but sometimes doing nothing is not helping the character of the neighborhood to adapt to change that's going to be needed. So there's a way to protect small businesses, keep architecturally designed things at a high level, and make the neighborhoods to fit what's going to be a real need for housing in Santa Monica. Now, on the issue of sustainability, I'd be remiss if I didn't say how proud I am of the city for always putting that as a high priority. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say, let's do everything we can to protect our trees, nurture them, plant more on public and private property. And thank you again for your tremendous work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin, and we appreciate the pun. All right, Madam Clerk, as far as I can tell, that concludes the public comment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I will close the public comment. For those of you who weren't here at 5:30, I do want to let you know that we have rejiggered the agenda so that we are going to hear the homeless proclamation, the sustainable item before the housing element discussion, and we're also going to hear the continued items before we get to the housing element discussion. And we're also going to do the appointment to the Disabilities Commission so that we can take care of some of the easier stuff before we get to the meatier stuff. So with that, I believe, Madam Clerk, we are heading off to item 8, receive and file. Is that correct?
That's correct. So this is receive and file sustainable city plan, policies and programs. Hi, Shannon.
Hi. You're going to open the presentation, yes? Okay. I don't want to mess with this.
Is that before the minutes?
I'm going to go one, I'm going to leave that one for the subject area expert. But this one is not my topic.
Oh, we already approved it.
Yeah,
It's
that was
okay.
part of the consent.
I have some opinions, but I'm going to leave it to the experts. Let's see. I bet I can. It's in this folder, yes. Yep. Item 7A. Oh, that's why, because it's, there we go, 8A, Shannon Perry. All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Shannon Perry. I'm the city's Chief Sustainability Officer. As many of you know, I could absolutely drone on about this topic for many hours. So I'm going to do something tonight that I don't normally do, which is stick very precisely to a script in order to show you my respect and get out of here in a reasonable amount of time. So please bear with me as I navigate that and the screen. And I'll also apologize beforehand for my voice as well. So I'm here tonight to provide you with an overview of our Sustainable City program. For almost 30 years, the City of Santa Monica has been committed to leading a collective effort to improve economic vitality, protect environmental health, and address social equity here in our community. Over the course of that time, the city has become a national leader in municipal sustainability and has developed programs and policies designed to integrate sustainable practices into everyday life. A Santa Monica council member once said, "Sustainability is in our DNA." I'm here tonight because that's true. But here's the thing about DNA. Even though it's an essential driver of many things, it's not visible, and we don't always think about it or acknowledge the role that it plays in our lives. The same thing can be true of a core value like sustainability if we don't take time to remind ourselves of its importance and of its impact. We're here tonight to make visible some of the sustainable practices that are here in the DNA of our beloved community. As you can imagine, giving you an overview of three decades of collective work in 25-minute presentation is going to be difficult, but I feel like I'm up to the challenge. So let's get started. Before we go too far, I think it's important to be really explicit about how we define sustainability here in Santa Monica. Through a robust community process over many years, we have come to define sustainability as using the power of community to enhance our resources, prevent harm to the natural environment and human health, and benefit the social and economic well-being of our community for the sake of current and future generations. This definition of sustainability has emerged over many years, and so has our program. The Sustainable City Plan was developed in the early 1990s and adopted by Council in 1994 to help us begin to think, plan, and act more sustainably. It was updated through a community engagement process in 2003 and continues to be updated at regular intervals. In 2013, we took steps to codify the outcomes of the Sustainable City Plan by passing the Sustainable Rights Ordinance. In 2015, we took a moment to celebrate what was then a meaningful achievement when we had reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 20%. In 2019, we built off that success and adopted the city's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which set us on the path to carbon neutrality. In 2019, we also became the first city to establish a sustainability article in our municipal code to highlight the importance of this work here locally. The Sustainable City Plan is the guiding document that has helped the city realize many of our sustainability successes. This performance management tool details our community vision for sustainability. I'm going to give you a brief overview tonight, and then I'll be back with my team next month to discuss it in detail, and you'll have an opportunity to weigh in on the performance indicators that are at its core. As one of the first of its kind in the nation, the Sustainable City Plan outlines specific guiding principles, goals, indicators, and targets to track and advance our progress towards becoming a sustainable community. At the top, we have our guiding principles. We like to think of them as the mom and apple pie of sustainability. Then we have our goal areas, which are measured with indicators, and our indicators track to specific targets. The goal areas reflect the operational areas here in our community. It's really the way we live, work, and play here. It's arts and culture. It's our economy. It's housing and transportation. We report regularly through our online reporting tool, which is demonstrated here. It really takes you through all of the details of our Sustainable City Plan, from the mom and apple pie of our guiding principles all the way down into our individual indicators and targets. For each one of these, you can click on it and learn specifically about the data. You can see our progress over time. And then not only can you get an understanding of what the indicator is and why we track it, but you get a sense of what you can do to help. Why do we report on our sustainability data? We report on our sustainability data so that we can make data-informed decisions and have fact-based conversations about programs and policies. Historically, there's been a long-held notion that communities must choose between job growth and environmental protection. We've all heard this debate in many different ways about prioritizing economic growth at the expense of the environment, or environmental protection at the expense of the economy or local jobs. When we use data to inform our decision making, we can see that here in Santa Monica, that's simply an antiquated conversation. In fact, in the 25-year period between 1990 and 2015, jobs in Santa Monica increased 51%, and emissions went down by 20%. I want to say that again. When we prioritize this important relationship between economic vitality, social equity, and environmental protection, and we make data-informed decisions, we see that we can both protect our environment and improve our local economy. While the Sustainable City Plan is an overarching document that establishes our top-level outcomes for a sustainable city, we've developed detailed plans to achieve our aggressive but achievable goals. In recent years, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, the EV Action Plan, and the Bike Action Plan, among many others, have been adopted to guide our efforts. The city takes great pride in being a city that prioritizes triple bottom line sustainability and emphasizes the relationship between economic vitality, social equity, and environmental protection. To this end, we've identified 3 key sustainability outcomes that not only move forward our efforts to protect the environment, but also address economic and equity issues in our community. The City Council is committed to water self-sufficiency by 2023, zero waste by 2030, and carbon neutrality by 2050 or sooner. I'm going to highlight some of the programs and policies that will help us achieve each of these goals, as well as those that support our work around the sustainable local economy and community engagement. Climate change has created a volatile water cycle here in California that's characterized by periods of record-setting drought followed by intense, heavy precipitation. Just last month, a series of atmospheric rivers brought consistent and heavy rains to our region. Climate change has disrupted consistency in both the availability and reliability of water across the region. By becoming water self-sufficient, we are providing cost certainty for our residents. We're creating a diverse, sustainable, and drought-resistant local water supply, and we're reducing the energy footprint associated with our water. As you know, our Sustainable Water Master Plan lays out our city's strategy to achieve water self-sufficiency. It identifies a combination of water demand reduction strategies and the increased development of local water supplies, as well as permanent water reduction measures. You may be interested to know that cumulative reduction in water demand through October 2022 is holding steady at almost 22% below 2013 levels and 1% below 2020 levels. Residential per capita water use has declined from over 100 gallons per day in 2013 to just 76 gallons per day in 2022. These are meaningful, permanent reductions in water use. Notably, the recently completed Sustainable Water Infrastructure Project will produce up to 1.5 million gallons per day of purified water, or approximately 10% of our city's water supply. This is significant, as this recent headline I pulled from the AP indicates, because the rains are going to come, and our investments in this type of infrastructure, they allow us to capture this water for beneficial use. Adopted by City Council in 2014, our city's zero waste plan sets an ambitious goal of achieving 95% landfill diversion, or a disposal rate of 1.1 pounds per person per day by 2030. Key elements of the zero waste plan include our mandatory organics recycling, sustainable procurement, and extended producer responsibility. SB 1383 is the statewide target to reduce the amount of organic waste that's going to landfills. It also sets a goal to rescue at least 20% of our currently disposed edible food and redirect it to people in need. The city adopted the mandatory recycling ordinance in 2021, and now all households and commercial customers are required to separate their waste using a 3-bin system. I know we feel like we know this, but I'm going to say it again and again until it becomes second nature to everyone. Your black bin, it's for your refuse. If it needs to go to the landfill, that's where it belongs. Your blue bin is for non-organic recycling, and that green bin, it's for your organics recycling, and that is everything from food waste to food soiled paper, natural fibers, and even your yard waste. In addition to SB 1383, the city also has programs for sustainable procurement and extended producer responsibility. Extended producer responsibility is a strategy to place a shared responsibility for end-of-life product management on producers instead of local governments or the general public. Sustainable procurement ensures that products and services the city buys have the lowest possible environmental impact. For example, almost 30 years ago, for 30 years, the city has prioritized goods and services that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, protect water and air quality, are less toxic to people and the environment, and avoid waste generation. One of the first sustainable procurement efforts we undertook was in 1991 when the city adopted a purchasing ordinance that banned the procurement of chlorofluorocarbons, the ozone-depleting chemicals, and this was 5 years before the federal ban. Why does this matter? There are numerous reasons, and I'll resist the urge to go into all of them, but one of them is simply because these efforts work. This recent news clip highlights the finding of NASA and NOAA scientists that indicate that the efforts to reduce ozone-depleting chemicals in the early 1990s, they're working, and the hole in the ozone layer continues to get smaller. Small actions, early adoption, big impacts in aggregate. That's really the model that Santa Monica has employed and continues to employ. In the interest of time, I will continue to move through this as quickly as possible and try to do climate change in 2 minutes or less. Climate change represents an existential threat to our community and to many others around the world. Locally, we continue to see historic periods of drought and extreme heat, and we are even now experiencing the growing threat of urban wildfire. To address this, the city adopted the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan in 2019, which set a goal of carbon neutrality by 2050 or sooner. This is something I love about working in this city. My office came to you with a goal of 2050, and you said, yes, but please get there sooner. That's the teamwork that we employ here. According to the world's leading scientists, we have until 2030 to significantly reduce carbon emissions in order to avoid catastrophic climate impacts. Implementation of our Climate Action and Adaptation Plan helps us to do just this. The first measure I want to tell you about is the Clean Power Alliance. It's our locally controlled green electricity provider. There are 32 member cities and counties in Southern California, including Santa Monica. Over 48,000 Santa Monica residents residential customers and more than 5,000 commercial customers switched to the Clean Power Alliance at the 100% green power default rate. 96% of Santa Monica accounts currently remain at this 100% green power level. Taken together, this switch to 100% green power reduced the city's greenhouse gas emissions overnight by 1/5, significantly accelerating our progress towards carbon neutrality. In addition to greening our power supply, now we're changing our attention to electrifying buildings and vehicles. So we green the power, we electrify the buildings, we electrify the vehicles. Building electrification was established as a primary pathway to achieve carbon neutrality in our city's climate action and adaptation plan. As of January 1st, because of your leadership, we now require that all new buildings be fully electric. In my professional lifetime, I was not certain I would see that. And now we are seeing large-scale projects come in, and they are required to meet this building code requirement. This is a significant leadership moment. But now all of our electric buildings, they have a lower carbon footprint. They have better indoor air quality, and they are not burning natural gas, which is just a euphemism for methane. While the implementation of the zero emission building code will drastically reduce the emissions from new buildings, most emissions from our building sector come from existing buildings. We've been substantially built out for many years. In existing buildings, building electrification, it sounds like a big term or a complicated endeavor. It's actually just the replacement of our natural gas appliances with electric options, such as a heat pump water heater for water and space heating. In 2021, Santa Monica participated in the California Equitable Home Electrification Program. Together, the City of Santa Monica and the Santa Monica Black Lives Association created an existing building electrification roadmap and secured additional funding to initiate a community outreach campaign centered around our efforts to do building electrification in a just and equitable way. As part of our broader decarbonization and electrification efforts, the city launched our Electrify Santa Monica rebate program in 2020 to incentivize fuel switching from gas to electric. In addition to electrifying our buildings, we're electrifying vehicles. The Electric Vehicle Action Plan was adopted by this council in 2017 to help reduce carbon emissions from our transportation sector. Since it was adopted, more than 100 public electric vehicle charging stations have been installed. Policies to increase the level of EV charging infrastructure required in all new buildings have been adopted, and a rebate program to assist residents of multifamily buildings to get over that hurdle of home charging has been implemented. There are now nearly 200 public EV chargers on city property and many more on non-city operated stations. How do we know our efforts are working? Our emissions continue to decline. Santa Monica's emissions in 2019 were 36% below 1990 levels. In 2020, during the COVID pandemic, Santa Monica's emissions decreased an additional 37%. Obviously, the pandemic impacted all sorts of consumer behaviors, so we will be interested to see what portion of that additional 37% remains as we return to business as usual. There are two lenses that cities can use to look at emissions. A sector-based inventory attributes all the emissions in the location to the location where the emissions occur. This is the recognized global standard for emissions reporting, and it's the one I just shared with you. It's this classic sectoral analysis. The second type of emissions inventory is a consumption-based inventory. It includes the emissions resulting from all consumption activities of a local community. It attributes all emissions to the end consumer, including all the emissions released during the supply chain. This is an emerging initiative that takes broader stock of a community's climate impact. And when we did our climate action and adaptation plan, we included a consumption-based inventory. And it was really interesting because it led us to prioritize some distinct actions, particularly actions around sustainable procurement and food choices. You can see for consumption-based emissions per household by zip code on the graph to your left, or to my left, over some of your shoulders. In addition to the programs described previously, that are specifically designed to achieve water self-sufficiency, zero waste, or carbon neutrality. The city has also established additional programs to achieve our broader sustainability goals, particularly around a sustainable local economy. We have a long history of active engagement with our business community around this topic. Our Green Business and Green Business Certification programs are implemented through a partnership with Sustainable Works, our nonprofit partner, the Chamber of Commerce, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, the Buy Local program, and the California Green Business Network that's standardizing these programs across the state. These local businesses, they meet rigorous standards for energy and water conservation, toxic use reduction, resource use reduction, sustainable purchasing, and ethical business practices. We also have our Sustainable Quality Awards that have been awarded annually since 1995, and they've provided 210 awards to 166 businesses. Finally, we have our Buy Local program, which amplifies the economic, environmental, and community impacts of thinking local first. There are over 1,500 active businesses involved in our Buy Local program, but it's free to all businesses located in Santa Monica. Taken together, these sustainable local economy programs have made some pretty significant impacts. They've reduced more than 4 million pounds of CO2, seen a 4,700,000 kilowatt hour reduction in energy use, benefited from $480,000 in energy savings, conserved 13 million gallons of water, and diverted more than 1 million tons of waste from landfills. Santa Monica residents have been active participants in our program from the beginning. Santa Monica and Seattle's sustainability programs were developed at the same time, one here led by local government, engaging the community, the other in Seattle led by the community, engaging the local government. In order to do our community engagement in a meaningful way, we contract with a nonprofit partner called Sustainable Works to provide our residents with information, tools, and resources they need to integrate more sustainable practices in their daily lives. The events that Sustainable Works offers on our behalf engage over 50,000 residents per year. We do things like our Sustainable Poster Contest, which engages students from kindergarten through 12th grade in a community-wide poster contest. As part of this program, presentations are given to 1,200 students in the Santa Monica Malibu School District a year, and more than 10,000 students have received free environmental education presentations since its inception. I absolutely love this poster contest. I love seeing the kids lead. I love seeing these complex ideas come out through their hearts and minds and pens and pencils, and they really have a robust understanding. It's really, really sweet to see. In addition to the poster contest, we offer film screenings. I used to think that we did a really good job of telling the story, as evidenced by me standing up here, maybe not such a good job of telling the story. And we live in Los Angeles, the belly of the beast, but also where there are professional filmmakers who live, work, and play here. And so over time, we really transitioned this community engagement piece to the professionals. Now we do 4 film screenings a year. About 350 people view each film and participate in our panel discussions. 1,400 people participate in the film screenings throughout the year. We had to move to an online format during the pandemic, but I'm happy to report that next month we are back at the Aero Theater, and we hope you will join us. Something that sets our film screenings apart is the panel discussion afterwards, where we have subject area experts who really help us lead on these topics. I would say the most exciting subject panelists we've had in history is our Vice President, Al Gore came and sat on our panel and participated with Paul Hawkins, Sarah Spitz, and others. In addition to this, we also do work with Climate Action Santa Monica to do community engagement around our climate action and adaptation plan. The primary program that CASM runs for us is our Youth Climate Corps. This, I think, is one of the most valuable things that we're doing, because not only are we educating and engaging our residents, but we are doing it with the voice and the experience and the lived experience of our young people. This is an intensive summer program that takes 21 youth participants through a 5-week program where they do 50 hours of volunteering around climate action issues. Last year, the city was awarded $258,000 to expand this program in the Californians for All Youth Work Development Program. So you'll be seeing our Climate Corps volunteers at more and more events throughout the year. The city's been a leader not only in engaging the community, supporting our local businesses, but making sure that we as the local government walk the talk. During the course of our time, OSC's established multiple administrative instructions that kind of guide sustainable practices here within the organization. Our Sustainable Fleet AI was adopted in 2015, and it's our roadmap to decarbonizing our vehicle fleet. The primary purpose of this AI is to minimize emissions, fossil fuel use, and overall life cycle impacts of the city's current and future fleet vehicles. Right now, our fleet operates on about 70% alternative fuel. We have a sustainable procurement AI, and I really think that sustainable procurement and the municipal operations is a really important piece to think about what is sustainability. We often think that sustainability is an add-on to the work that we do, that it costs us more money to make sustainable choices. But we've learned here in Santa Monica that it's simply not the case. Sustainability is not something additional that we do. It is the way we do the things that local governments are tasked with doing. From paving streets to buying vehicles, we simply prioritize our local economy, social equity impacts, and environmental impacts. And we've come to find out it doesn't cost more. In fact, since 2019, our sustainable fleet vehicles have generated $450,000 in low carbon fuel standard LCFS, low carbon fuel standard revenue. This is money that the city gets simply because of our early adoption of sustainable practices. In addition, we have our sustainable building AI, which makes sure that we've established design requirements for our municipally owned new construction building projects, and it's how we arrive at things like City Hall East, the greenest municipal building in the world. This is where it gets hard for me to put 30 years into less than 30 minutes. As soon as I start talking about one program, I am by definition leaving out a thoughtfully designed program that is really impactful in our community. So here I would just really like to add a couple quickly. The first is our city's community garden program. It was established in 1976. It was one of the first community garden programs on the west side of Los Angeles. We opened our newest garden in November at Marine Park, and we're already looking at places to bring in the next one. In addition to providing approximately 10,000 pounds of food for the community, our gardens really serve as community meeting spaces and create diverse habitats. Our Santa Monica Public Library has a robust sustainability collection. I want to draw your attention to two things. One is our DIY sustainability toolkit for residents. If you haven't checked it out, you should consider it. There are tools and resources in there to help you reduce your energy use, your water use, your utility bill. In addition, the Santa Monica Public Library was the first library system in the country to establish the Green Prize for Sustainable Literature, which recognized authors, illustrators, and publishers who produce quality books for adults and young people that broaden the public awareness of sustainability. This was a nationally recognized book award and the first of its kind by any public library. And then finally, over the last 5 years, the City of Santa Monica and the Bay Foundation have been working to restore 3 acres of coastal strand habitat on the north end of the Santa Monica beach. I know lots of people haven't been out there yet. If you haven't, please let me know. I would be happy to take you out there for a tour. By restricting beach grooming activities, seeding native plants, and using basic fencing to build dunes, we were able to restore a rare coastal habitat here in Santa Monica. Endangered species such as the western snowy plover were seen on this section of the beach for the first time in 70 years. And after the success of this project, we were able to apply for a $300,000 grant for phase 2 of the project to expand its impact. The last 2 things I want to bring to your attention is our Big Blue Bus. Our Big Blue Bus is a nationally recognized municipal bus fleet. It also runs on alternative fuels, including electricity and renewable natural gas. In 2019, the city began operating its first full-size, all-electric Big Blue Bus. It's powered by 100% renewable energy and can be fully charged in under 4 hours. People said we couldn't do it. You couldn't charge a bus of that size. You couldn't charge it in a way that wouldn't disrupt service. And our Big Blue Bus has created design solutions that prove that to be inaccurate. 18 additional battery electric buses were rolled out in 2021, and they're continuing a strategic transition to full electrification. Here's the last one. our zero emission delivery zone. We've all seen this, the rise in deliveries from e-commerce to food deliveries. We're all guilty of this. There's a little bit more Amazon, a little bit more food delivery, a little bit more waste and road congestion. So this congestion and pollution from delivery vehicles is having significant impacts, not only on our roadways, but also in our landfills. So in 2020, the city was selected by the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator to participate as the host community for our zero emission delivery zone pilot program. It's the first of its type in the country, and we've had people come from all over the region, across the United States and around the world to learn more about this program. Those of you who have used it know the beloved Cocos are part of this program. They have their own Instagram page and others if you haven't yet seen them. But here's the real situation. We don't do any of this alone. I'm here because I'm your Chief Sustainability Officer. I want to make sure that you have the information on some, but certainly not all of the programs that are here. But we're here because I am the voice of all of our collective effort. So we participate in programs that amplify our efforts and ensure that what we're doing here in Santa Monica, what you've asked us to do, the pathways that we develop to achieve the goals that you've established, that they are best in class. And that's really a priority for my office. We collaborate with partners in the city, across the region, the state, and the nation. We are founders of some of the largest networks of sustainable local governments across the region and the state because we know the importance of learning from other cities, but also of amplifying our impact in the broader region. We depend on the leadership of our council, city staff, trusted advisors, such as our Sustainability Commission, and the diligent effort of city staff in every single division and department. We don't do this work for the recognition, but the city does receive a lot of it. It's a reflection of the collective effort that the city has put into realizing our vision for a sustainable city that balances economic vitality, social equity, and environmental protection. Former council member and mayor Ken Edwards said, "I think any goal this community sets for itself and is willing to work to accomplish will be accomplished, whether in my time or another time." That's the beauty of this city. And I agree. That is the beauty of this city. And the aggressive but achievable goals that this community has set for itself in the Sustainable City Plan, they're just the beginning of the work that we are going to do together to serve people and the planet. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. So with that, I will open it up for your thoughts and observations.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Perry, for that thorough report. We really appreciated it. We have a number of council members, so we'll start with Councilmember Para.
Thank you. That was such a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for all the work of your team, you and your team on our sustainability efforts. So much info, but I mean, wonderful info and so much amazing work. One of the things that came to mind as I was listening to you was what's to come. So, in 2035, how there's zero emissions, right? And so how are you starting to do any work on that? Because what my concern is, 74% renters, right? And especially with the new construction and new housing demands, and we're not requiring parking for any of these new housing, projects, especially we're going to be talking about this later. But let's just say, we move to EV, right? We move to EV vehicles and we have all these housing units that don't have any parking. And so if people have these EV vehicles, where are they going to be charging their vehicles? And then, in terms of city property, we've offered up all our city property for housing, so we can't use those properties throughout the city as alternative sites. And so I know that there was a conference that Phil and I went to last year in Yosemite, and we spoke to somebody from the state there, and she was really excited because we talked to her about how are we going to get landlords, at that point in time, how are we going to get landlords to assist us with, these charging units for our renters? Yeah. And they said, we're working on incentivizing landlords, giving incentives to landlords, and we're working on this, this project. But, as we're moving forward and working on housing elements and working on projects and improving things, we really have to keep in mind, because if we're thinking about the future and approvals, really carving out space, to house, vehicles, to house EV components, equipment. So I don't know. I mean, have you thought I would love to hear your take on all of this.
Well, I would say I have a couple observations. The first is that the key for electric vehicles, you've already made the first step, and that is electrifying the energy that comes to the city. So the Clean Power Alliance is a significant element of that effort. So when we're looking at electrifying buildings and vehicles, we know that we're using clean, green power. When you're talking about the new construction, there's two things that are really helpful in terms of offsetting the impacts of increased housing when it comes to energy and water use. The first is our new building code that went into effect on January 1st. It requires that all new construction is electric. So these all electric buildings are going to be utilizing clean green power. When you're talking then about green power, electrifying buildings, and then electrifying vehicles, that's really what you're talking about. So with our existing housing, and when it comes to new construction for buildings, they're going to be all electric. When it comes to new construction for water, they have to comply with our water neutrality ordinance. That requires that any new construction does not exceed the previous water demand on that site. So even if they add additional units, they have to maintain, they have to not exceed the preceding property uses water demand. And so that's really helpful, right? So that will help you with your new construction for both energy and water. When you're starting to look at your existing buildings, you're looking at water at direct install and retrofit programs. And when you're looking at existing buildings for electric vehicles, then you are looking at incentives to install electric vehicle charging in existing parking spaces in buildings. And there's state law now that prohibits property owner from prohibiting the resident from doing the work, but the cost to do the work can be incredibly expensive to the resident. And that's where our rebate programs and some of the state incentives are coming in. And then in terms of the issue around density and where if you have more units than you have electric vehicle charging infrastructure for, that's why you'll start to see implementation of the EV action plan looking at existing public spaces, primarily our beach parking lots. We'll be coming back to you with EV parking placard that will allow residents to pay a single fee for beach parking access and then utilize the beach parking lots to charge their electric vehicles because we already have the infrastructure there. You see EV charging at all of our single surface parking lots and then also on our multi-story parking structures in the downtown region. And then now you're starting to see strategic execution of charging on street and in parking lot, electric vehicle charging in all of the business improvement districts so that people can get a quick charge when they're out in those spaces. And then the other place that you're seeing us utilize state money to put low or no cost charging infrastructure in is in the parking lots of our parks, because the parks are not used, the parks are closed at night, so we can get some charging there.
I noticed one that I hadn't seen before when I was doing the homeless count. It was a big white.
Oh, I love those. Were you over
Euclid?
Yeah. That pocket, I love that pocket park.
I've never seen that park before, by the way.
My kids go to school right there, so that park was our saving grace during the pandemic. But what you're talking about, we have 3 of them in the city, and these are solar-powered charging stations. So not only do they provide electric charging for the vehicles, but they also serve as a backup battery and resiliency strategy. Solar power, I think it's 4 panels, but one integrated unit charges right there, battery storage. And so those are charging, those aren't not even pulling power from Clean Power Alliance. Those are coming directly from the sun. There's also one up at Airport Park. And there is a 3rd one in the city, but I don't want to give you the misinformation about where it's located. Marine Park? Okay, Marine Park.
Those were fantastic. I was like a little kid at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
But those were great.
And you'll see those rotate. They track the sun, so you'll actually be able to watch the sun path.
That's so great. Well, thank you so much for that update. And I'm sure we'll have this discussion a little bit more. We're talking about the housing element. And then you made a comment about some of the films at the Aero Theater. So we're friends with Josh and Rebecca Tickell that did the movies Fuel and Kiss the Ground. And I know that they showed their films there at the Aero. The latest film that they just did is called On Sacred Ground, has to do with the pipeline.
Oh.
So anyhow, we just went to that premiere. So I would love to be involved with any work that you do, bringing them down again, because they do amazing work. But thank you again for everything
Thank you.
you've done.
I appreciate the connection.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Councilmember Parra started on one of my questions, so I'll just dovetail on some of the incentives. As someone who lives in a rent-controlled building that's very old, and they haven't even painted it since 1998, I always wonder, because we had our neighbors were penalized and weren't allowed to put in a charger, so they had to like hang a plug from the window. And so I heard what you just said about not being able to prohibit, but I do wonder, like, what do those incentives really look like? Because as somebody who lives in a building like that, we are fearful, for one, of what the electrical looks like on the inside. We've had fires before. And if there's any possibility, we had one neighbor that actually switched their stuff inside, like their stove, to electric. And I don't know that they get incentives, but are we thinking if there is opportunities for tenant incentives if your landlord isn't interested in updating anything?
Yeah, so there are, we actually are target multifamily and renter occupied units for our electrification rebate program. So I'll make a point of, it's on our website, but I'll make a point of making that available to you all as well. So I think that is really important, and it's very important to us because it is a significant portion of Santa Monica. We are renter and we are multifamily, right? So I think those are both important areas that we target our electrification rebate programs. When it comes specifically to the charging, the panel is often the issue. If it's not the panel capacity, then it is the distance from the panel to your parking spot. And we've addressed a lot of that in this mid-range buildings, so buildings that were built in the last 8 years. They already have the infrastructure's there. You really just have to put in the charging unit. But if your building was built in the 70s or the 80s, then that infrastructure isn't there, and really the highest cost will be either the panel upgrade or the pull to get the charger in.
So I guess my question is, if you have that information, like, I don't know that people know to look for it. And right now with everybody looking at their bill, because our last gas bills, maybe it's a good time to somehow get out that information, because as renters, it's really difficult sometimes to create, to find opportunities if your landlord's not willing or wanting to upgrade, the building, even though there's cost saving opportunities. I know our landlord doesn't live here and owns tons of buildings. And so it would just be great if tenants had more information. I know it's expensive. Obviously, you don't want to print things talking about sustainability and saving the environment, but however we can get that information out. And I'm just so glad to hear everything you guys are doing with the schools. My kids have participated in those posters, and the opportunity for them to be able to have field trips to see these films. I hope we're actively engaging with the school community to make sure that they're aware, because our students in the school are lacking field trips, and anything we can do to partner with the city to teach them more about what we're already doing in sustainability is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Just echo my colleagues. Thank you so much for that presentation. And a point of clarity really fast. Did you mention something about coming back? And I'm just asking questions now versus later.
We're going to come back in March with an update to the Sustainable City Plan. So we'll be updating the indicators and then giving you some of our performance metrics so you can see how are we doing.
Okay, got it. Well, I did have a few questions. I enjoyed both the presentation, but also prior reading the report, and specifically around the 3 goals that you had prioritized. On the issue of water self-sufficiency, I was curious. I mean, I like how you really emphasize that we've managed to grow as a community in many ways while we've actually seen declines in water consumption, not just per capita, but absolute. But I do wonder, as our city grows, I mean, I have to imagine that, when we allow more people to live here, there will be some gains in consumption. And yet, my guess is that if they were to live elsewhere in the region, they would most likely consume more water. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair assessment. It would depend where in the region they are. I think it's worth noting that the the water neutrality offset ratio is reduced. It's not 100% for affordable housing. So when we do add affordable housing units, then we do allow for some additional water use, and that was simply to reduce the cost of building those units, balancing the environmental impact with the equity and economic impacts. But I would say that yes, like primarily new construction in Santa Monica, additional units here are going to be more water efficient, more energy efficient.
And I have to imagine that obviously when we either allow or don't allow someone to live here, they will continue to consume water wherever they live. So I'm just curious with the water neutrality and how that does relate to our responsibility to, say, accommodate, as you said, population and economic growth in the city. It seems to me like per capita consumption feels like a better measuring stick on some level, but...
You are asking a question that we have asked ourselves for decades. If we're looking at it from the perspective of, aggressive but achievable goals that reflect the changing, demographics of Santa Monica and many other cities in California, a per capita makes sense, right? Because it reflects, housing changes, jobs changes, et cetera. If you're looking at it strictly from an environmental perspective, carbon, greenhouse gases per capita is not a measure of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. It's a measurement of the number of people who are coming to your community. So if all you're doing is changing the denominator, right, allowing in more people, then you have an issue. And so that's really where sophisticated public policy comes in, because you want to really look at both per capita impacts, primarily when it comes to carbon and water, as well as total or overall reduction.
Sure,
because
yeah.
you need to balance both.
Yes, and I guess what I'm suggesting is that as a well-resourced city who have a lot of ability to affect this issue, I think we need to worry not just about water use locally, but regionally. And if we're worried about those absolute numbers, if someone, say, can't live here and commutes to work here from the Inland Empire, I think you would see all of those absolute numbers be higher from a regional perspective. On the subject of zero waste, I'm really excited by the organics. I've been dutifully recycling or composting my organics. I am curious, though, as I do this, as to how we are actually able to measure progress in terms of how much we are doing that and how much we are ensuring compliance with that. It seems like a tricky issue when it comes to that in terms of recycling and our organics programs.
So you're going to hear a lot from the Resource Recovery and Recycling team in 2 council meetings. Okay, and so I think you'll get the program details from them. But the cities, we do weigh our waste in all 3 categories, so they do know in gross numbers where the waste is going. Like, is it going in the black bin? Is it going in recycling? Is it going to the green waste bin? And then as they're growing their program and working with some of the Climate Corps and other youth participants, you do have people who are actually you have what they're calling boots on the ground, people who are looking in bins. Drivers are taking note. If you have, I would say we're learning right now more about egregious non-compliance than excellent compliance. And that's just part of the curve.
Got it. I feel like I've read at times about Seoul and their work in this issue in South Korea, and I think they have gone so far as to say measure and penalize those that are not. And I know that could sound Orwellian, but I think it's something to consider in terms of how we actually ensure that we're doing this.
There are some cities on the East Coast who are somewhere between effective and Orwellian in that regard as well.
My last question on the waste issue is, I know, my understanding now is that we truck a lot of the organic waste to a facility, and there seems, my question is there any part of the long-term plan for a composting facility in Santa Monica that would produce microbe-rich compost locally?
I think there are lots of people who are thrilled by the possibility of locating a compost facility. Now, are we talking about a compost facility at scale? I don't know that, our 8.3 square miles can really accommodate that, but could we look at biodigesters? Could we look at disaggregated compost in some of our, urban agricultural locations or community gardens? May this be a topic that comes up as we discuss the future of large pieces of property in our community? I think that it would be, I think that is probably something that will come up. It certainly diminishes the impacts of reduced greenhouse gas emissions from food waste composting to transport our compost that far. And I think the technology to do food waste digestion in urban areas is increasing quickly.
Got it. Thank you. On the last topic of carbon neutrality, since we're going to hit all three.
I'm ready.
One thing I was struck, and as we mentioned, we're going to take up our housing element later tonight. When I first read the document over a year ago, was the mention within the document that there are over 80,000 people who commute more than 1 hour to work in Santa Monica each day, maybe slightly less at the moment, but that obviously is a significant contributor to our greenhouse gases. I think I've read that it's over half of all emissions in the state, and it can be as high as 70% in Santa Monica. You saw that number go down, obviously, more recently, but still a majority, I believe, and probably going to go back up. Are you familiar with the academic work out of UC Berkeley that comprehensively evaluated local carbon mitigation opportunities for over 700 California cities, including Santa Monica?
Is this the Google-based work?
I'm not sure if it's Google-based or not, but it's through through the Kamen Center at Berkeley. I shared a link before the last meeting that got continued, but in any case, the point of asking it was that when you type in Santa Monica into that, it looks at all the possible interventions one can make, and it includes electrification, energy efficiency, electric vehicles, healthy diets, consumption shifts, renewable energy, waste reduction, air travel reduction, etc. And it concludes that urban infill housing is the most effective climate intervention that us as a city could make to reduce our carbon emissions. And I'm just curious, based on that, why when I was looking through the website and the report, why when I look at the overall strategy, I don't really see that reflected as a sort of primary goal in our carbon reduction strategy.
I think there's two reasons for that. The first is that our climate action adaptation plan is based on a sectoral analysis. And so when you look at a sectoral analysis of greenhouse gas emissions, then that primary driver is transportation, and the way to address that is really focused on mobility. So you see a lot of effort in the city around mobility. So even when we're talking about electrifying vehicles, and we're talking about electrifying single occupancy vehicles, that's at the bottom of our transportation priority pyramid. We want to see people safely walking, safely biking. We want to see people in municipal bus lines, and then we want to see people carpooling, and then we want to see them in single occupancy vehicles, and we want all those vehicles to be electrified, right? Ultimately reducing those greenhouse gas emissions. So when you look at emissions profiles for Santa Monica from a sectoral base, then that really drives you towards the type of fuel and the type of vehicle for which commutes are happening. If you look, and I think the work you're talking about is coming out of it's called Cool California, Cool Planet.
Yeah, Cool Climate. Sorry.
Yeah, so we worked with them early on, and we actually used their methodology to do our consumption-based inventory, and that's a couple of the new, the additional lenses that you started to see. Santa Monica also worked with them to do the first consumption-based inventory for the state of California, which was how some of the state housing policy and some of the housing and transportation policy came together, starting to look at consumption-based inventories. Because if you remember when I started talking about consumption-based inventories, it takes the whole suite of emissions, and instead of breaking them down by sector, it attributes them all to the end consumer. So you as the end consumer are responsible for the life cycle impacts of all of your decisions. And through that consumption-based lens, then housing and housing density, food choices, primarily the elimination of meat and dairy, and a couple of other key measures rate highest.
The other reason I bring it up only is because I saw that previously on the website, there was an indicator on the Sustainability City Plan Performance Dashboard that had to do with the ratio between the number of jobs and the number of households in Santa Monica. Yep. And I don't see that currently when I was looking on the website. And I mean, I was just wondering if you could expand on why that's an important indicator.
We have tracked jobs housing balance for a long time because ultimately jobs housing balance gives you it's a measure of a number of factors, right? One of which is commute, one of which is how, like, are you in balance? Like, do you have adequate housing for the jobs base that's in your economy, therefore meeting the housing needs, the economic needs, and reducing the commute needs? The problem, that indicator is challenging because of the way the data is available and the way the indicator is measured. The way the indicator is measured right now, it doesn't tell you the number of jobs, how much they pay, the number of housing, how much it costs, and if the people that you are measuring who live in the housing work in the jobs, right? And so it ultimately becomes a crude indicator, but it is an indicator that is important to look at because it's measuring a very important relationship. Whether the data that indicator gives us is the most nuanced version of the information that helps us get at that relationship. Does that make sense?
Yeah, completely. I think I appreciate everything in the presentation and your responses to all these questions, and I think to me it's important that it be reflected somewhere in terms of what we were trying to track and measure, whether it be. And I guess when I see it all reflected in transportation, I see a vision of the future that seems to presume that somehow everyone will own an electric car within the next 7 years, and that's just simply, I think, not a realistic one. And I as you said, I hope it's not just about how do we transport everyone who works here, magically here, but how do we actually find ways for them to actually have non-car based options, obviously. And you mentioned the bike plan and everything else, but if people don't live close enough, they simply won't be able to take advantage of some of those robust local mobility options.
Some of the things you're starting to see in other cities are distance locators from job hubs, and that then you're starting to see who lives where and in what relationship to incomes for that sector and housing costs in that neighborhood.
Well, thank you so much again.
You're welcome.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, thank you very much. Also, I want to echo my colleagues' response to your presentation. Very, very thorough. Want to give you some feedback just in some areas where, from reading the report and from the comments made so far, that I think can make this a stronger plan moving forward, especially in the areas of social equity. Santa Monica is a city of neighborhoods, and so depending on where you live, you might deal with certain environmental hazards. So, for example, I'll just name two. There's probably others, but just for the sake of being brief, in the Pico neighborhood, you have the freeway, the impact of that particulate matter emanating from pollution from the freeway. In Sunset Park, you have the airport, and we've heard complaints from residents for many years. So one of the areas that I think that we can improve on in terms of our plan is to look at how do we mitigate those harmful effects, those hazards in the community? how do we repair the damage that has been done historically to these residents, to their property values, to these communities? And so looking at that, from a reparations standpoint, I think would be very powerful for our city, to see that. I've read many reports, from UCLA in terms of cancer rates and asthma, children, especially vulnerable populations like children and seniors being impacted, by these, this infrastructure, right? Hazardous infrastructure. So I think that would be really good for us, as you come back in March, to really reflect on sort of how we might be able to do that. I was at Best Buy not too long ago, and I saw that these units, these portable units, where before they were, really expensive, now they're a little cheaper. But let's say a really good unit is like $300, and then they have some that are like $1,000. But even at the high end, $1,000 to put that in your home, especially for those that are in close proximity to the freeway. I think if you're closer to the freeway, I heard like 1,000 yards from the freeway is probably going to be sort of your greatest impact. If there was a way for us as a city to advocate, I know that we don't have the funds here, but if there was a statewide effort or we worked with our legislative reps to find a way to create a fund, to mitigate some of this just historic injustice, really. I mean, we talk about how people were displaced by the freeway, and we're in our housing policies, we're talking about a right of return, and I support that. But for the people that stayed after the freeway was built, in terms of the harm, to them, it's something that we haven't talked about at all. So I think it'd be great for us to reflect on that question and see what is reasonable, what's feasible moving forward. On the other question is in terms of the for water conservation rebates, and I love that concept because this is a way for us to incentivize property owners to do the right thing and to help us with water conservation. I'm thinking, I read somewhere that an electric water heater is way better, because if not, you're waiting for the water to get warm. You waste probably gallons, before you jump in the shower. But an electric water heater will give you immediate hot water. I didn't see that in the rebate program, but if there's a way to sort of, reflect on that, see what's feasible, and if it's not included, include the water heaters, I think that would be very good. The last thing I wanted to mention is in terms of the Councilmember Zwick talked about what's known as the jobs housing imbalance, right? And I also, I've been thinking about this as well. I agree that we should be thinking about that as a very important issue for many reasons, the environment being one. But the other thing that we should think about is how we can have a policy where qualified residents who can do city jobs, we would find a way to, I don't know how we could do this, but prioritizing sort of, giving residents that are qualified, some type of I don't know, a positive review in the employment process. We want to hire residents that can do the job so that they're already living here. They don't have to drive to work. That would be something to think about. It probably wouldn't make a huge effort, but it goes to setting a tone, and maybe we inspire other businesses that are in our city to do the same. That's pretty much it. But thank you very much. I really appreciate all your work, and it's just so great. I think this is one of the things that Santa Monica does very well for many, many years. 1994 is when this started. And I think it's something that, I know in conferences that I've been to in the past, people always recognize us for that, So really just want to thank you for the great work that you all have been doing for so many years.
Councilmember Brock.
So first, you've been doing a great job.
Thank you.
Understaffed for years, really, but your department does a fantastic job. And it's really good to see the compilation.
Oh, good.
Because taken individually, it's not as powerful. It's much more powerful to see this compilation of the efforts that Santa Monica, my predecessors on the council, and the department heads and staff, and the fact that so many of our residents buy in. So many of our residents want to be environmentally forward. So many of our residents are concerned about global warming. They're concerned about sea level rise. They're concerned about how do we compost, how do we recycle, how do we do the things that in other cities they may just be starting to think of. I thought of an example. One of my cousins in Virginia sold restaurant packaging. And I went back to see them once in Virginia, and she was selling styrofoam. And I said, you know, my city abolished styrofoam 4 or 5 years ago. This is really bad for the environment. Your company should be looking at alternatives. Oh, no, styrofoam's forever. And I said, you realize, yes, it is forever,
Exactly.
but in a very bad way. So I was really proud that day, even though my cousin got a terrific argument with me, but I'm pleased to say she no longer sells styrofoam, that her section of Virginia now came around a decade after Santa Monica. And I think that's something for our residents to be proud of. Really, that we have done our best to try to move forward, to try and set a standard that is above and beyond many times many other cities in our nation. And I think that's something for all of us to really beam with pride about. So first, thank you. I had a couple of quick questions for you. You talked about the EV chargers and new buildings. I think Councilmember Parra brought it up. Councilmember Negretti brought it up. I'm not sure if I may have just blanked at some point, but my question was, if we adopt standards that allow new construction to have no parking, it would have been a transit corridor, how does that building still have to supply some sort of EV charging? Because even though you're building a building without parking, people still are going to have cars, because if they have children, if there are families, they're not going to be able to survive. And I'll use the example of my neighbor next door, Councilmember Parra, who has 3 growing kids who are rapidly growing. And strangely enough, they eat. And there's no way, right, her 3 boys, that she could survive without a car to get to the supermarket, to get them to appointments, to get them to athletic events, etc., if she was able to rent and live in one of the new apartment houses going up. So is part of our standards that there will have to be EV charging stations on premises?
I don't know the answer to your question. You can see that we have a summit happening to answer that.
But I thought you do everything.
I do my best, but I also know not to say things that I'm not confident
No.
about.
But so that's what I think Councilmember Parra was looking for earlier.
Yeah,
And that's my question. So, if we're going to try and electrify the city, how do we do that when if older construction can't, in many cases, and I can't imagine a landlord who would say they're going to pay for all their tenants if their apartment house was built 50 years ago, and they wouldn't be able to power it up anyway. So how do we find a way to electrify the city with and I love the fact, considering what happened 10 years ago in one of our parks with someone who was trying to charge their car. I love the fact that we're adding chargers, and we're actually thinking of using our parks as community charging stations. And I'll pause.
Okay, I found this on the web for what happened 10 years ago.
Thank you, Siri. Good to know you're always listening.
Oh my God. I had
so
no
I think I will share two observations. The first is that one of the things that you're bringing up, it's an issue that's already at the forefront, which is where is the most appropriate place for people to charge, right? And I think this is a place where We lean on the expertise of the Clean Power Alliance and also of SoCal Edison, our partners in electrifying vehicles. I think over time you'll start to see much more nuanced policy around when you charge, how much it costs to charge, the rate for charging, and the value of charging it in different times of day. The idea that is our current model, where you charge in your home primarily overnight, may end up being the primary model. It may end up not being the primary model. What we are prioritizing now, because there are a lot of barriers to people installing chargers in their individual homes, primarily renters, primarily multifamily in Santa Monica. That's why our investments are in parks, parking lots, and public spaces. So that's part of what you'll see. And you can see in our EV map of our EV infrastructure, we do quarter-mile walking circles around each of our charging stations to give us a sense of how many people can charge here and is it in a safe walking distance. The other thing that I think you'll start to see is more and more investment in public parking lots. And then also, I mean, if you are a Tesla driver, you know there are significant investments in private lots as well. But what I am hearing here, and again, you're asking an important question that has come up in this moment, and so we are giving our best assessment at the moment, correct?
And that's fine. I just want to see if it's on the radar. As a follow-up to that, with EV chargers, that means that as much as possible, we need to be installing fast charging stations as well, correct?
Correct.
Because if you want someone to drop their car off, right, and come back, they would rather stay there to be able to fast charge rather than go home, come back, and especially if it's at nighttime, their charger may not be done till 2 a.m.
Yeah,
and we're probably going to not say they can stay there overnight. They're going to have to move their car. So in conjunction with that, even on some of our streets, like 11th and Montana, other places like that where we have street side charging stations, are those fast chargers or slow chargers?
Most of them are level 2 chargers.
Which means?
They're not the slowest, but they're not fast chargers.
Okay.
But there is a lot of interest. That charger on Montana is the highest use charger in
Is it
town.
really?
People love that charger. And so we're looking at street charging. We're looking at pulling power from some of the streetlights. So in places where we're doing streetlight conversion, one of the issues that we're trying to address is the cost of getting power from, say, a utility pole to the curb.
And then you mentioned the company that runs our power and how, at least to me, it feels always like it's so absurdly antiquated that they're not putting the investment into our utilities that they need to, especially when the power demand on Edison is going to be so much greater in the future. I constantly see transformers failing. I see vaults on fire. I saw in one neighborhood, I think in 30 days, 6 different outages in the month of December. I mean, what do we do as a city? Is there something the city council can do, as well as staff, to try and urge Southern California Edison to upgrade their facilities in the city? Or do we start looking at more micro utilities, other ways of ensuring that as we electrify apartments, as more people electrify, as we do away with the old style water heaters and we go to water pumps? Heat pumps instead. So I'm halfway there.
Councilmember Brock, I think I can answer your question. Actually, I've had discussions with the city manager about having our representatives from Edison come to us and speak to us about the problems we've had with the electrical infrastructure in town. And because we are moving towards electrification, obviously it's very important. There isn't really anything the city can do. We don't own the transmission lines, but we are going to hold Edison feet to the fire, for lack of a better term, and we'll be arranging a time for them to come to
And that'll
discuss
be
that.
electric stovetop that we hold their feet to.
Absolutely, no gas.
I did also want to let you know that the outcome of our conversation here seems to be that if a project is not required to provide parking, then they are exempt from the requirement for that parking to provide the electric vehicle parking requirements.
Oh, is that a local requirement, state requirement?
State.
Planning?
State, so nobody's going to.
David?
So our requirements are based on, a percentage, and if there is no parking required, then there's no electric parking required. And, we have a lot of buildings, we have some buildings like downtown, Fourth and Broadway, the bank, coffee place, no parking.
Capital One.
Yeah, and they have no parking and.
But
no
they're a
electric.
commercial. I'm talking more about, I think I'm talking more about residential
Yeah.
buildings that are going to be built. And if you build even 100% affordable building with no parking, how do we, you're getting reinforcements, how do we find a way to ensure that 100% of those people will, I don't believe, operate their lives without a car?
Yeah.
So how do we find a way to incentivize both people moving into those buildings and making sure that they have some way to charge their vehicle? Can that ordinance, can that be changed?
Well, it's something we could look into. The fact is, if they're not building any parking at all, so if it's a parcel downtown and they're, they're not excavating, they're not putting in any parking, the building goes from parcel line to parcel line, they have nowhere to put the parking and the electric parking. So.
And we may not have enough lots, enough places in an area to make sure that we have charging stations available, even if we put a full push on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have any other ideas at this point.
I would just add, good evening, Peter James. I would just add that even though we have no parking minimums in certain parts of the city, developers still, on most occasions, still choose to build parking for their tenants, and that we do get those electric vehicle spaces through that process.
Traditionally, we have, yeah.
Yeah.
There are more pending projects now that have no parking at all, so we'd have to figure out how to deal with those.
That's something I think we should be looking at in tandem with developers to make sure that there's, I know we all want to be car-free, but the reality is that's not going to happen right now. So, and then there was, well, thank you for all that. I know we sort of danced into a couple of other areas that I thought were important, and whether, even though Edison has our transmission lines, there may be a way to enlarge on a micro utility or some other way to.
I wanted to come back to that and say
Yeah.
that we do have our Solar Santa Monica program, and we are bringing that program back post-pandemic. And that is rooftop solar here in Santa Monica, that it can be grid tied, but it can also have backup battery storage and serve as a resiliency, an early phase of a resiliency strategy. You're also going to learn more and more about a project that we're putting together for a microgrid out at our city yards. So really starting to see microgrids and this localized energy resiliency become a priority.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really, really important going forward. If people are going to be resistant to electrifying their apartments, their houses, their lives, if they feel electricity is not reliable. And that comes back to, thank you, Mayor Davis, about talking to Edison, because I think that's crucial. I've said this before, my mom has a hydrogen car, and while there's only one hydrogen station, she suffered the 6 outages in the mid-city area, and said at least, well, she can always at least drive around. If she had an electric car, she would have to stop driving. Probably the last thing, Councilmember Parra mentioned she had just been to Euclid Park. And I'm happy you went to Euclid Park. I helped dedicate that park over a decade ago. But I want you to know, I first went to that park before it was a park when I was 5 years old, because that used to be, the brick building used to be the county health center in Santa Monica. And that's where I got my shots. So aside from that, I really like the totality of this presentation, and I think this presentation should go out in some way or form to the public in Santa Monica. Regardless of how they see it at the council meeting or not, I think we need to spread this. I think people it'll instill a lot of community pride in our city. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry I took so long.
You'll pay. Councilmember Terosis.
Okay, really quickly, thank you. Don't want to repeat anything that's already been said. However, I would just encourage us to be very proactive about going after the bipartisan infrastructure law funding, the sustainability infrastructure funding, and that is rampant. We've calculated at the county that if we do our job right, there'll be about $3 billion of infrastructure funding that comes to this county, and specifically the Connecting Communities grant program for capping our freeway. I really hope we applied to that for a planning grant. That is very important if we're going to really talk about meaningful change for marginalized communities. So I just want you to know, and the whole city team to know, that it is not impossible. We are talking about it regionally. Capping the freeway is, in fact, something that should be on the table. Thanks.
Mr. James, would you like to come to the podium? Because I believe you told us that we are. So perhaps we can answer Councilmember Teros's question.
It wasn't really a question, but I'm so glad to hear that we are.
Yeah, we had a meeting with Caltrans in August of this summer. We were encouraged by Caltrans to apply for the grant. We reviewed our multi-year effort that started back in 2010 to evaluate the various options within our city, which is primarily located in our downtown and up in the Memorial Park area. We walked away from that meeting with the mutual understanding that it was probably best that we do a new planning study to reevaluate those conditions, because technology has changed, the type of infrastructure has changed, and certainly the money has changed. And so we will be putting together a package for this summer to apply for that upcoming round through the Connecting Communities grant program. There's lots of money coming out of the Biden administration for these types of projects. Thank you.
I thought since we could answer your question, we would do that.
That's great.
Do you have more, Councilmember Bra?
We're actually
Unfortunately. Real quick, and it's sort of a response, not a response, but in addition to Councilmember Delatorre. The pollution coming from our freeway, the 10 freeway, and the continuation of the 10 freeway to the one leading through the beach area. If you look at the charts, the pollutants are equal between North Santa Monica, ending up, in fact, over my residence, and all through the Pico neighborhood. And it was interesting to me because I never thought of PCH as being that, but it really measures the same as the 10 east and west as well. So I also think, I agree, with Councilmember Delatorre, that people who live in apartments or homes along those corridors, eventually we have to, I don't know if there's ever going to be any federal, or state grants for those highways to provide purifiers, to provide something else until we can eventually cap the freeway and eliminate some of that pollution. But until that point, it's always been hazardous. Yep. And it was interesting because when I was little, I had asthma. First, we lived by the 10 freeway, and then even through PCH, you look and there's a high level of pollutants along, really, it reaches all through Santa Monica.
Yep.
We're all victims there.
Addressing and mitigating.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say addressing and mitigating environmental injustices has been a through point of my academic and professional career, and something I'm really passionate about. And so I find it I want to be very clear when I say this next thing, which is it is never good to see an increase in the number of people who are covered by a disadvantaged community label in your city. That is never a good outcome. The benefit of that outcome, which is an additional screening level for the impacts of ultrafines, which has expanded the portion of Santa Monica that is considered a disadvantaged community, that does provide us some opportunity. And I want to be very nuanced about what I'm saying. It is never a good thing, but it does provide us an opportunity to tap into additional funding sources and to be eligible for additional state and federal grant funds for projects like you're discussing. So I want to be clear about that. But yes, I think the idea of the HEPA filters is something we can look into quickly.
All right. See, no one else in the queue. No, Miss Perry, I'm not going to ask you a question, I don't think, but I do want to take this opportunity to say that, as our representative to the Clean Power Alliance, it is important for the people of Santa Monica to understand that every time we electrify anything, whether it's a stove, a bus, a car, that assuming that you are charging whatever that thing is in Santa Monica, that we are using clean energy. And that is one of the reasons why, to Councilmember Zwick's point, that reducing vehicle mile travels into Santa Monica from places that may not be members of the Clean Power Alliance. I'm not going to pick on any city, so I'm not going to mention one, but there are a number of cities who are not. They may be charging their electric vehicle using dirty energy. And so that's really key. I saw a great quote, and I'm going to mangle it, so I apologize, which is that electric vehicles are the future of cars, but cars are not the future. And I think that's what we really need to understand, because if you're charging your electric vehicle with dirty energy, then you're not solving the problem. And the other thing I want to point out and take this opportunity, and you probably know this and can confirm it, but that when we entered the Clean Power Alliance, there was a significant price differential between the 100% green option, and then there were two lower options that used a lesser amount of green energy. And we did have some people opt for those lower amounts. I think we were still over 93% adoption, but we did have some portion of the community. I would urge everyone in the community and you can go on the Clean Power Alliance site and see the difference in the rates. That has changed dramatically. It is now actually more expensive to use dirty energy than it is to use clean energy, in part because of what's been happening with Edison and their sources of dirty energy, one of which, by the way, is natural gas. So I would urge you to go look at your rates, because if you are not on the 100% green option, you may be paying more than if you were. So I just wanted to leave the community with that. Thank you, Ms. Perry. I really appreciate it. You were a trooper through all of this, and it sounds like you need a throat lozenge. There are some up here, and perhaps someone will get you one.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, before we go on, it is already 10:20 p.m. We already have a meeting scheduled for next week on the housing element. I am going to move that we continue the entire housing element item to February 22nd. I want to make it clear that by continuing that item, we will not be taking public comment at the February 22nd meeting, so we'll be able to dive right into it. But I think addressing something that complex and technical at this point in time, and I apologize to staff for coming to this realization so late, but better to get you out at 10:20 tonight than 2:20 tonight. I hope you'll appreciate that. So I would make that motion.
I will second that motion gladly.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Fine. We have now for the public's... That's right. We have now continued the entire housing element discussion to February 22nd, but I do want to emphasize there will be no new public comment at that time, so we'll be able to dive right in. Now I have to reorder myself here. Okay. I believe now we are on item 8B. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That is correct. And so 8B is the request of Councilmember Terosas and Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, expediting an equitable post-pandemic recovery for Santa Monica small businesses.
All right, Councilmember Terosas.
Thanks so much. So as we know, this is a continuation of the item from last meeting that Mayor Pro Tem Grete and I put together. I just wanted to give a little bit of background, and if you look in the agenda, you'll see that there's a write-up on why we're doing this. But we know that the pandemic has been hard on our small business community in Santa Monica. We also know that it's been increasingly hard for our small businesses to stay, grow, and thrive in this city. Margins are very tight, and of course, I know many of you were concerned about this issue vis-a-vis the housing element in our neighborhood commercial. So looking forward to talking more about that. But with respect to this item, we know that COVID-19 disproportionately impacted small women-owned businesses, businesses of color, and there's a lot of systemic barriers that these businesses face, such as access to capital. The pandemic also exacerbated a rise in commercial vacancies, especially in and along retail corridors. And so we are actively trying to get Santa Monica back to 100% pre-pandemic levels. As our businesses move into new spaces or renovate their facades to attract new clientele, those types of improvements have been proven to lead to increased foot traffic, and that increased consumer spending that we see, therefore, in turn facilitates economic recovery for Santa Monica. And it's our proposal that Santa Monica should support these businesses who have historically had higher barriers to accessing capital and succeeding in these neighborhood commercial corridors. The establishment of a small business assistance and tenant improvement fund will immediately serve to not only fill our empty storefronts, but also to support wealth generation for our business owners and help close some of the equity issues that we've seen with these smaller capacity businesses accessing capital, getting construction management services to assist with their project needs, selecting and managing their general contractor, et cetera. So to this end, we're asking that the city manager report back to the city council with recommendations for a small business assistance and tenant improvement fund that would provide either revolving loans or grants, as well as technical assistance to our highest need businesses based on equity criteria. Also asking for our city manager to identify potential funding sources, including but not limited to council discretionary funding, as well as community development block grant funding. This funding has been used successfully in other jurisdictions to do similar revolving loan funds, and we are asking that the fund be capitalized with a minimum of $100,000 with options to find additional sources of funding and continue to grow that. And we are asking for those recommendations as part of the fiscal year 23-24 annual action plan. So with that being said, I will turn it over if Lana has any comments.
Carolyn, Councilmember Terosas just laid it all out, but I will say as somebody who opened a second location in Culver City, we were the recipient of a community capital grant in order to update the facade of our business, and it was literally the only reason we were able to open there, and it led to us being able to have a second location, and I hope that this council supports this because it has been a huge struggle for many small businesses. As you see, they're getting pushed out, and as Councilmember Terosas just mentioned, the access to funds is getting more and more difficult as we get farther out and away from things like PPP loans to support just maintaining here. So hopefully we can find those funds, whether it's through We Are Santa Monica or these other grants, and hopefully this council will support this. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Presumably, the way this was placed, we would have been discussing the housing element perhaps already. But it seems to me, would it be a friendly amendment to whatever motion is ultimately made that two things. One is that included in the kinds of assistance we might want to give to local small businesses, relocation, should they be displaced. Because whether or not we upzone the neighborhood commercial, and we'll have this discussion in the housing element context, there's going to be increased construction in our community that may or may not affect the kinds of businesses you're trying to help. And so I think one, to facilitate movement, reestablishment in a new location, and the other thing, and just to make this clear, I think it is from your motion, but just for the sake of it being explicit, that there is a lot of money at the federal level specifically for economic development. So to direct staff to look at those resources as a source.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I know we have limited staffing capacity in economic development, but chatted around how do we help with grant writers, et cetera. I think there's a extreme amount of federal funding at the Economic Development Administration for these types of things. I would also look at the model that Metro did with their business interruption fund. I know that Metro, again, is very flush with cash, but I think I would be open to exploring a fund that was more capitalized with money for potential relocation, which we understand would probably be grant money because I don't know that the businesses are paying that back. So I think that would be an additional element of the report back to see what options there would be for growing the fund for that type of purpose, but I definitely support that.
Just to be clear, you're talking about relocation specifically due to the fact that somebody comes in and develops? Because I also think about relocation because
No, not necessarily. Maybe we know, for example, we have certain minority-owned businesses that are currently facing relocation because landlords are raising rents. It has nothing to do with, that has nothing to do with the housing element or the threat of development or anything like that. We're just in a situation where certain landlords have decided to raise the rent. So it just seems to me that providing money for folks to relocate and establish themselves in a new position. The other thing, just going to Councilmember Terosis's point, since she works for the county, is there may be the opportunity to work with some other, as you mentioned, Metro is one, the county may be one, other governmental jurisdictions who will be appointing or be applying for those grants, and we can learn from them what grants are available that might be applicable to us as well, because we do have limited capacity to go through. I looked at the latest grant application list, and it had over like 400 entries, and that's obviously something that's difficult for our staff to suss through and figure out which ones might or might not apply. But we can certainly ask our governmental partners to help us out there. So someone should make a motion, unless there's other comments, but I don't see anyone in the queue.
I'll make a motion and to add Mayor Davis's friendly amendment.
That's fine. We look forward to a robust report back on this.
All right, would someone like to second the motion? Second. All right, I think I heard Councilmember Zwick. I hear better out of my right ear than my left ear. So motion by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, seconded by Councilmember Zwick. Because there is an implication for money, we did talk about funding at $100,000 at least. I think we probably should do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk? Yes, made by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, Councilmember Zwick seconded, and it is to create an equitable post-pandemic recovery fund, including searching for monies from various governmental levels, and to make sure that the fund not only provides incentives for businesses to continue in their current locations, but should they be forced into relocation for whatever reason, that it could be used to assist them as well.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes. And that passes unanimously 7-0.
Okay, next we're on to the ordinance. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 6.42, that establishes the outdoor parklet program.
I believe the city attorney is going to be doing the staff report on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Council. The proposed amendments to the Municipal Code, Chapter 6.42, would increase the maximum number of parking or loading spaces from 2 to 4 spaces, providing the following conditions are met. 1, additional spaces are adjacent to the parking loading spaces fronting the eligible business. 2, eligible business was permitted to operate a parklet on the additional spaces under the pilot program. In other words, they're sort of grandfathered in. 3, if proposed parklet would encroach in front of an adjacent property, then both the adjacent business and property owner must consent. 4, parklet would not unreasonably interfere with city maintenance and use activities or pose an unreasonable risk to public health, safety, or welfare. And then if adopted, staff would amend administrative regulations to allow submittal of permanent applications by June 30 and completion of construction of compliant parklet by December 31st. Also, we would clarify if a parklet operator will not conduct business on the ground floor fronting the proposed parking or loading spaces, or if half or more of such a space would be outside the ground floor frontage, both the adjacent business and property owner must consent. They must agree to identify and defend the city from any liability, including ADA violations. Note, however, that on an administrative level, personal guarantees will not be required if the operator provides ADA insurance, which we have confirmed is available. Security deposits can be established by the Director of Public Works to allow necessary adjustments and can be used to remedy license violations. The director may deny a permit application, suspend or revoke a permit if parkland interferes with regular city maintenance, utility access, loading zones, bus zones, curbside drainage, or does not provide accessibility per ADA. And persons convicted for violating parklet regulations in a criminal or administrative case shall reimburse the city for the cost to abate the violations. So that's what's being proposed.
All right, and can I just ask a clarifying question? And I do have a list, but the ADA, so we're giving people the option of a personal guarantee or ADA insurance. Would the city need to be named as an additional insured on that ADA insurance?
From what we're hearing, this particular kind of ADA insurance would not provide that the city would be an additional named insured. However, identification essentially gets us the same thing.
Great, thank you. All right, we're going to go through the list then. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I think we heard earlier this evening about, from one of the restaurateurs, and we've received some emails about the idea that it's hard to get in contact with the owner of the property. And in my thoughts, it was, the business operator is the one that's putting their own parklet in front. We're not asking the owner of the property. I know there's some adjustment to the language that we can make so that we can soften that and have the business just have to deal with the business operator next door as opposed to trying to track down the owner of the property.
Yes, we have drafted some alternate language that you may propose. We provided on page 5 of the ordinance that's in front of you. In the event there is no adjacent ground floor business operator of a building fronting the proposed additional parking or loading spaces, then the eligible business shall provide with its initial or renewal application for permit documentary proof of consent from and then adding new language, adjacent property owner fronting the proposed parklet or its authorized agent. Where an eligible business does not obtain the property owner's consent, the eligible business may operate the proposed parklet unless either a new business operator or property owner of an adjacent ground floor property fronting the permitted parklet request removal of the parklet. In other words, they need to get the consent of the adjacent business that's fronting the sidewalk. They don't necessarily have to also get the owner. However, if they don't get the owner and say that tenant vacates and a new tenant comes in, or the owner's having a difficulty getting a new tenant because of the parklet, then the new owner or the new tenant can request that the parklet be removed.
I'd like to propose that we add that alternate language.
Well, there's not a motion yet, so there's nothing to add to yet. Let's get through the list of people who have comments, and then whoever wants to make a motion can do so. Any other questions?
Yeah, one more question. We were just talking about the size, but there's also other things listed in here which we don't want to get into the details, but I don't see it being specific about the lattice issue, and I don't know how that came about, but if we ever went back to that it has to be clear, that you can either have clear glass. I think the idea is that, from my understanding, was that police officers need to be able to see inside of the parklet. Is that the reason for it?
I don't know that that's being changed in what's before you now.
Well, it doesn't really say.
Isabel, a lawyer in our office. That's not being changed here, is it?
What we're changing here is just the ordinance. We are increasing the amount of parking spaces, loading spaces to grandfathering, like we just discussed. What you're talking about is in the administrative regulations, which is the parklet guidelines for the design and layout of the parklet. That city staff can adjust without having to change the ordinance. So I think what we could do is we could explore what can be adjusted, if anything. But that all depends on what exactly we're looking to do.
I just saw compliance and design and safety specifications, but it wasn't specific. So if you're saying that this is separate outside of this, then that's fine.
That's in the administrative regulations, which is a parklet manual that parklet operators can look to see what their parklet design needs to look like.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. I obviously, Councilmember Gerosis and I weren't here for the first time we went through this ordinance, and I think I'd just like to state that I'm sympathetic to doing everything possible to help small businesses recover and preserve the parklets. I like them. I think they contribute to the vitality of our streets. I want as many as possible in our city, but I did have a few specific questions. So the first thing that I noticed that I think I wasn't aware of prior is that this option to go up to 4 would only be available to restaurants that had prior participated in the pilot?
That's what's being proposed, yes.
Okay, I would just state that I'm not quite sure why that would be the case, that we would prioritize those particular restaurants, but and of course I do want to raise the other question that I think has been discussed, which is there a way to provide fairness vis-a-vis those restaurants that complied and took down their parklets to 2 spaces versus those that have maintained their 4 up to this point? Is there any sort of method, and I put this to the whole council, frankly, by which we can both accommodate and allow more flexibility with the parklets, but also make sure that we're providing a fair solution to all businesses, including businesses that took down their parklets and businesses that don't yet exist and might want to take advantage of these same options. I guess I'm just hoping that we can really achieve this goal with a maximum of fairness. I'm not sure if there's such a idea of graduated fees for going beyond 2 parking spaces. If there's a non-conforming fee for those that hadn't reduced their spaces in terms of bringing them into compliance. But those are things that I'm still mulling, and I would love to sort of make sure that we are really being mindful of as we adopt a change to this ordinance.
Councilmember Para.
Thank you. I had some questions regarding the security deposit on page 4. So on page 4, there's language there that says security deposit established by director rather than city council. So that's a change in language. So what does the current language read? Did the current language say that that the security deposit was established by city council?
The current language is what's not underlined. So everything underlined is what's added new.
Okay, so that's what give me 2 seconds, please.
Isabel can help with the history too. Isabel?
Yes. Excellent question. The current ordinance reads that the city council sets the security deposit. The reason we're proposing a change to the, rather than the city council setting the security deposit and changing it to the director of public works is to allow the director of public works flexibility to update the security deposit as necessary. Most of the time, security deposits are set through contract rather than through the ordinance. And the reason being is that otherwise city staff would have to come to the city council every year, for whatever reason to update the security deposits, to change it. And so that takes a lot of work. And so most of the ordinances that deal with security deposits provide that the director or the city manager have the authority to establish a security deposit. So we're making it consistent with how most of our other ordinances read.
Okay. Let me see here. Sorry, I thought I had it open. So then, so understanding that the security deposit is based upon whatever license agreement or whatever agreement is there a certain formula that's used to determine what the security deposit is?
Right now, the standard security deposit for a parklet is $3,500. And there is no formula. I understand that amount was staff's estimate of, a review of what it might cost to remove an abandoned parklet if somebody just left it behind and they would have to disassemble it and then take it down and then remove it, haul it away, and so forth. But frankly, that's a very low security deposit given the number of things that the operators are responsible for. They're, for example, responsible for maintaining the parklet. They're responsible for wastewater fees. They're responsible for license fees and so forth. And so, as you will see, one of the changes is to ensure that we can use a security deposit not only to remedy any damage to the public right-of-way or if somebody leaves a parklet behind, but let's say somebody refuses to pay their license fees after being notified, in 30 days, 60 days, and they refuse to pay their license fees. So right now it's at $3,500. Staff does not have any intent on changing it at this time, but wanted to have the flexibility should it need to be adjusted in the future.
Thank you. And one thing I didn't see, and maybe it was an oversight on my part, but especially after having such a great presentation on sustainability, if an operator, if a business or a restaurateur moves out and abandons their parklet and somebody else moves in, what is happening to that parklet? I mean, what if the next person wants to use that parklet? Do they have the ability to do that?
Excellent question. And yes, our license agreement provides that if somebody would like to pass on their parklet and the new parklet operator agrees to assume the responsibility of that parklet, we can do that. We can allow that transfer, but we would need to have the new proposed parklet operator assume the responsibility of that parklet.
So it has to be an agreement between the old and the new person.
So the old would say, I would like to transfer this parklet to this new operator, and we say, okay, new operator, are you willing to take on the responsibilities of maintaining this parklet, operating the parklet? And the new operator says, yes, I am. And so once we get an agreement with the new operator, then the old operator is released from the obligation of having to remove the parklet.
Okay. And then what happens if, I'm sorry, I'm just, because we've talked about this. And so what happens if, a restaurant moves out, abandons the parklet, the restaurant is vacant for months and months on end, and the parklet hasn't been removed yet. A next person comes in, wants to move in, says, "Oh wait, I want to use this parklet." Are they able to? I mean, there's no way to get in touch with the previous person.
I think that's yes, I think that's possible, provided that that parklet is actually compliant with the regulations. In other words, it's not an illegal parklet that was, put together in a way that's not compliant. Provided it's compliant, and provided the new operator is willing to take on that responsibility, I think that the answer would be yes. We would enter into a license agreement to make that clear. And of course, provided that the old parklet operator isn't going to challenge and say, hey, that's my parklet, I meant to come back for it, I just didn't get around to it. So if we can work all those things out, yes, absolutely. I think that's, we could do that through an agreement.
But where you're talking about a scenario where there could be months and months of gaps, I could not envision a scenario where that parklet would be allowed to stay because there's no rent being paid, there's no one covering the indemnification provisions, there's no insurance. So at that point, we're pretty much taking on all the liability for something that has no responsible owner to it. So I could not imagine a scenario where someone leaves a business or 6 months down the road, no operator for the business and a parklet stays. I'd imagine we use a security deposit to remove it unless it's already been removed.
I think that's correct, especially since we've seen issues where homeless encampments will be set up right on the abandoned parklet, and so then it becomes a public nuisance, and so then we have to deal with that from a code perspective.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I just want to express my support, for a diverse parklet program to allow larger space, not the 2, but what's being proposed is the 4, correct? And for those and for those beyond that, is there any proposal to allow for a sort of a grandfathering in for those? I don't know how many. Well, that's probably how many are larger than the 4 spaces? Do we know?
I don't know.
Yeah, because it was like,
No, there's
One.
and that's only for not.
Yes, one. My understanding from city staff, because we did look at this, is that during the pilot program, there's about 11 businesses that were using more than two. And so this grandfathering in change would allow those 11 that did operate larger parklets, if they built their parklets and wanted to continue their parklets, or even if they brought their parklets down and then now they wanted to continue using them because now they have this opportunity to do so. So it's about 11. Now,
Isabel, well, there's some more than 4.
There's
some you
one.
can
Oh.
have 4
only
spaces.
one.
I think there's only one? Only one with more than 4, yes.
Okay. But, so, I mean, I don't, I think it's La Vecchia, right? That's the
They're
one we're talking
reducing
about?
to 4.
Yeah, correct. And I went to go and look at it. They've actually, it seems like, not all parklets are the same, but this one seems to be like the investment, the structure, the way that they build it out was very professional. And I don't know how many spaces it's taken up, but being that it's only one, I would think that it would be okay. I would support that. I just want to express support for having that flexibility to include that type, that type of operation. Being that it's only one, I can't see it so harmful. And I'm really glad that we are looking at being a little bit more flexible so that we can, allow these businesses, especially those that have already made that capital investment, to continue to operate. As all the surveys and residents that I've talked to are very supportive of outdoor dining. The weather's going to start getting better, and I think we'll see more residents out there and enjoying that. So, anyway, just wanted to express that.
Councilmember Brock.
So I want to reinforce a couple of questions that were asked and maybe put them in a different manner. As far as the security deposit on a parklet, so right now for the remainder of 2023, it is $3,500 per space or per parklet.
Per parklet.
That's either 2 or 4 spaces or 1 space. It's just a uniform amount.
Well, we are, in terms of the fees, one of the things we refer to in the staff report is that the way the program's been conceived and approved by council, it's been done on a cost recovery basis. So our hope, and we made allusion to this in the report, is that when we come to on February 28th, we'll be looking at the fees for the program. So that could require, may not be in the report, but we could opine on it, because a larger parklet will cost more and the potential to remove it. So the security deposit may have to increase for that as well. And we're also looking at the rental rate structure as well.
So in terms of the security deposit, it's somewhat in flux for this year. The one thing I'd like to do is ask that the security deposit amount be capped with increase each year, knowing that inflation's been higher. You could say 8% or 10% potential increase, so that the managers of the parklet, the staff, can't just do an unlimited increase. I wouldn't be comfortable with that. I'd be comfortable with an increase that has some certainty and has a maximum increase per year. So if you're coming back with different amounts for each, yes, Peter?
I didn't mean to interrupt. I was
No,
just
yes,
trying to
that's
whisper
fine.
in Isabel's ear. I might
You
recommend,
understand what I'm saying?
I do, and I think a way that would be maybe a little bit more reasonable would be to index it to the cost of labor, because that is the true cost of the parklet removal.
Is there a way to do that?
I'm sure there's some type of index that we can identify that adjusts on an annual basis. We've seen, like in our infrastructure projects, the cost of labor has gone up almost 30% year over year.
Right.
And that's really what we're faced with.
Right. I have no problem with seeing an indexing, depending on whether you take 1 space, 2 spaces, et cetera. But I'd be comfortable with whoever is managing, what department is managing that increase, to make sure that there is some certainty from year to year. So capped max each 12 months.
Okay.
For a new tenant.
Isn't the deposit just paid once?
No,
I'm
no,
sorry,
shh.
Council.
No, whoa, we're not devolving into chaos here. We're not devolving
I don't
into.
think we're devolving into chaos. I have
No.
a simple comment he's making too. A security deposit is one time. We're going off on.
No, security,
No, shh.
security deposit is one time.
Okay, wait,
But a
no,
new
this is
tenant
not what
could
we're
come in.
doing. This is not what we're
Okay,
doing,
well, I was-
folks. This is why we have the queue.
Okay, I'm going back to my questions.
Well, no, but the city attorney always trumps all of us.
I
The
didn't
city-
see that he had
The
asked
city attorney has his line.
I'm trying to help clarify. The security deposit is paid once at the initiation. It's not a year to year. It doesn't
But
come
for
up on
Each
renewal.
new tenant that comes in.
Oh, as there's a new parklet.
I
Yes,
understand
right.
that. I
Okay,
probably
right.
didn't phrase
Okay.
it properly, but I'm talking about a new parklet operator comes in either to assume the previous parklet or do a new parklet, that yes, we have the money in the kitty to be able to, if someone defaults, to be able to take care of that. But I also would not want to see, Doug Sloan establishes a parklet for his great new hamburger restaurant, and he has 2 park spaces, and he pays $3,500, for that deposit. The next operator, right, David White, wants an all-vegan restaurant there. And he has that vegan restaurant, that's a new restaurant, it's a different year. Doug's restaurant, all hamburgers all the time, lasted 2 years. And then he moved into a bigger space in the city to satisfy the enormous need for his restaurant. David White takes over and puts a new parklet there, or assumes the parklet and has to put a new security deposit. That security deposit should be commensurate with the cost that year. Now, if someone keeps their parklet for 20 years, no problem. So I don't think I was that far off. Maybe I didn't explain it properly. Does that make sense? Okay. That's what I think you understood. That's what I was trying to get. And regarding the gap between leases, I think you guys already answered that. It has to be per operator, and I don't think, probably since the first tenant, right? Doug's Burgers, when they leave, right, they want their security deposit back. So Dave's Zucchini Farm and restaurant has to pay a new deposit regardless. That deposit should be paid at whatever the current prevailing rate is, but I'd like to see that capped so it can't be a 50% increase from year to year. That's all I was asking on that. I thought that was simple. I know your restaurant sells other things too, Dave. And then that's all I had.
All right.
Oh, well, actually, no. Wait, I have one other thing. There was, Councilmember Zwick mentioned, why can't new restaurants have the same privileges? I think they're allowed to do 2 parklet spaces or the width of their store up to 2 spaces regardless. So they would know from the outset they can only have 2 spaces. Unless you're thinking they would be able to go to their neighbor too. And start, and I don't really understand where that would go, but I hear what you're saying. I'm done.
Mayor Pro Tem Negretti.
Okay, so as far as the deposit's concerned, I think obviously it's paid once and it was intended to recover the removal fee. Is it also intended to cover anything else? Because just like an apartment, sometimes there's holes and things.
Yeah. Absolutely. You're correct. It's meant, initially the ordinance only talked about removal of the parklet, but as we're actually administering the program, we're seeing that there's a lot of other issues that are coming up for which typically you're able to use a security deposit, but we can't because the ordinance is so restrictive. So it would cover not only removal of the parklet if somebody abandons it, if somebody fails to maintain their parklet, they're allowing it to, not be well kept or maintained, and the city has to go out there and maintain it, or we tell them that we need to do some public works project, and we tell them to temporarily remove this, that, or the other, and they refuse to, and then we have to do it, or they're not paying their license fees on a timely manner, so we take from the security deposit, and then we ask them to replenish it. So there's a number of reasons why we would want to be able to use a security deposit for violations of the license agreement.
Or drainage access, or
drainage
trimming of
access,
trees.
And again, that would then allow staff flexibility. And of course, we would have to document very clearly what it is that we're using it for and what it is that they're violating. And typically, we don't just immediately take from the security deposit. We give them notice and give them an opportunity to pay, not touching the security deposit. And if upon several notices they don't respond, at that point, we have no option but to use a security deposit.
But all these items will be listed clearly so that the operator knows in
Absolutely.
advance.
Absolutely.
Because security deposit does give the idea that you would get it back, but obviously it has to be listed.
Absolutely. And the license is very clear about that, so that we say very clearly, if we need you to remedy something, we will send you a notice, and if you don't respond, if you don't remedy, then we will need to use your security deposit, and you understand it. And when they sign the license agreement, they sign that they understand that provision.
Okay. So to answer Councilmember Zwick's question, which I think you were alluding to, the idea that could everybody have this opportunity? When I first brought this up, it did not pass through council. And so further discussions with staff, it was said that it would be very difficult if we went back beyond the 11 operators that had already had, like we're already opening it up now to potentially people who took theirs down. And I was told by staff that it would be very difficult to administer going forward, giving new operators the ability to ask their neighbor for this, same idea that they could have more than 2 spots. So this was why then I went back and asked, could we at least grandfather in those that already built it in an effort to help them recover? They put in cost and effort, and now they would have to spend money to take it down. So the idea is to be equitable, and it would, unfortunately, the rules were set forth and staff said, look, we can hardly manage going back to the 11 operators that, potentially were bigger than the 2 that might want to put theirs back up. And so that was the reasoning that I was told by staff. I don't know if you want to comment on that, but that was his question earlier in terms of making it equitable to incoming businesses, I think.
What you said is absolutely correct. Policy decision is yours. So I will leave it to you, but all of the points that you stated is absolutely correct. Remember that we told all of the operators back in last summer that they needed to come into compliance with the new regulations by February 28th. We're on February 14th. So a lot of these operators have already spent great resources with architects, with site plans, adjusting their business models. And to now say to them, whoops, now you can go ahead and use 4. I think that is going to be very tough, not only on the businesses, but on staff that now have to re-review all of these. And like you said, Public Works especially is short-staffed, and they are having challenges trying to process these as fast as possible.
I just see the city attorney raising your pen.
Yes, it was suggested at one point, just as Isabel said, get through this round, and maybe a year from now, look at whether you want to expand it to allow others to have the opportunities to get up to 4 also.
Right. And just to be clear, from my perspective, the conversation was happening months ago, not just recently. It's just on the agenda now and that we're discussing it. And I know it was hard to get to this point. So I appreciate the work done behind it because I know it is a lot of work. And I hope this can move forward and be successful. But I just wanted to be clear, Councilmember Zwick, that you understood that it wasn't to exclude people. This is just what we came to after much going back and forth. And all the security deposit questions got answered, so thank you.
All right. Well, it's my turn then. So I do share some of Councilmember Zwick's concerns, but I think perhaps a better way to address them would be, I don't know how many people who had original parklets of the 11, because we know that most of them already went down to 2, or removed the parklets completely. So it would seem to me that, and I don't know, Mr. City Attorney, if there's a way to do this, that if anyone who is grandfathered in for more than 2 parklets either abandons their parklet, leaves their business, on a going forward basis in the name of equity, they should be limited to only 2 spaces, it seems to me. That's the thing to do. If you have an existing business, you have a parklet, it's at 4, we're going to deal with it. It will take some extra staff time. But one of the reasons back in October we decided to limit it to 2 was specifically because it was much more easy for staff to administer that program. So I think there's a balance we can draw between those people who currently have parklets or had parklets that were larger than 2 and want to do that. But on a going forward basis, if one of those larger parklets is abandoned by the business, and we went through the whole abandonment issue, then it seems to me that parklet's going to get removed. When someone goes to reinstall a parklet there, if they choose to do so, it should be limited to 2. Is there a way to put that in the mix?
Well, first of all, as a practical matter, I think all of the businesses who had more than 2 have removed at least the extra 2, except for one location.
I believe that's correct, but I'm just saying we are going to allow, I'll name names, Michael's had more than 2, they've gone down to 2. I haven't spoken to him about it, but he might want to go back up to 3.
This would allow them to go back up to 4.
Right, but I'm just saying, let's say they go back to beyond 2, whatever that is. And I don't want to put it out there even, but let's just say one of the people who's grandfathered in at more than 2, but they then, for whatever reason, the business closed, they abandoned their parklet, they decide they don't want to do the parklet, on a going forward basis. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So on a going forward basis, they would be limited to 2, and we would get to where we sort of tried to get last October, where we have a more uniform requirement. Is there a way to?
Right. Yeah, we could tweak the language a little bit to say that. In essence, if they have abandoned more than 2, then that right lapses and they're limited to 2 then.
And I think to some extent that addresses the equity issue because it means new businesses as well as older businesses. Well, not the older businesses, but it would mean all the new businesses would be limited to 2.
That's essentially what it would mean, yes.
If I may, I believe that the way the language is set up in the conditions essentially wouldn't allow someone, like let's say you took a parklet down that was 4 spaces, it wouldn't allow that person to come in and then set up 4 spaces because they are not an eligible business that were permitted to operate a parklet of more than 2 spaces during the pilot program.
Well, right, but we had the previous discussion about transfer. So let's say La Vecchia has their, whatever it is, larger than 2 spaces. They decide, well, we don't want to be in the restaurant business anymore, but we have someone who wants to come in and take over our restaurant, and we talked about how they could transfer that parklet to them. Well, they'll be able to transfer the larger parklet. Would that be correct?
That would be correct that would be correct.
Right. But if La Vecchia said, you know what, we don't want to be in the restaurant business anymore, but they don't find a new, then we come to that situation where we have a larger parklet, assuming, so if that larger parklet sits there, if the city doesn't tear it down, but the new owner comes in and says, hey, I want to have that parklet, would we be limiting them to 2 spaces or to the larger
2
parklet?
spaces, because the way it's written, it's the eligible business that obtained a permit to operate during the pilot program.
Okay.
So that business would no longer be eligible.
Right, okay, and I just wanted to raise that because we had the conversation about transfer, so as long as that is now in the legislative history and everyone is clear what that means.
So you're saying that they can transfer?
They can transfer directly, but if they don't transfer directly, if there's any lapse between the 2, then the new business cannot operate, even if the larger parklet is still sitting there, they cannot operate the larger parklet because they're a new park.
Mayor, could I help clarify here?
Yeah.
Because the way the amendment reads right now, if they were permitted to have more than 2 and they actually had more than 2, then they can continue to have more than 2.
Right.
Is that what you intend?
No, my concern is because what triggered this in my mind was this discussion about transfer of the parklet.
Okay.
So someone has 4 spaces in their parklet, and they can transfer that 4-space parklet to a new person. Is that correct?
Correct.
But if there is any break in the business,
they cannot.
Okay.
48 hours, any break in the business, new operator comes in, but there's no official transfer
Right.
of that parklet and all the responsibilities that it entails to the new owner, then they have to go back down to 2.
That's
So
That's what
that
I'm trying to
grandfathering right would lapse.
Right, that's what I'm trying to clarify,
We can do
because
that.
we had the discussion about transfer, and I didn't want people to be confused that, oh, I can go, you know, I see that La Vecchia space and the city hasn't torn it down yet, but La Vecchia is long gone, and they come in and say, well, I'm going to get the 4 spaces, and the answer is no, they're not, because there's been that break. There hasn't been a transfer from the old parklet owner or operator, because they're not owners.
We
to
thought
the new.
about that possibility, the very possibility that you're raising, and that's why it reads, it has to be an eligible business that was permitted. The eligible business was permitted to operate a parklet on 2 or more spaces. So in your scenario, if somebody abandons and somebody says, oh, look, I want to operate 4 spaces, were you an eligible business that was permitted to operate under the pilot program? No, I wasn't. Well, then you don't qualify.
Right, but I just wanted to make that clear, because we had the discussion about transfer, and it seemed to me some people could interpret transfer meaning, oh, if I go to the previous owner, even if there's been a break, I can get that transferred. So I just wanted that to be
We'll
clear.
add some language making it clear.
Okay. The second thing, to go to Councilmember Brock's issue about putting some sort of cap on the security deposit. I want to clarify with the city manager. It's my understanding that whether it's the security deposit or the fees we're charging, we're doing that on a cost recovery basis. Is that correct? We're not, in other words, we're not trying to make money off of this.
That's correct, yes.
So I have no problem with capping the fee so long as the cap is a cost recovery cap. In other words, if the cost of labor goes up 30% and it costs us 30% more to remove the parklet, then that's the cap. If the cost of removing the parklet only goes up 10. But I think we need to make sure that we're not losing money on this program. We're not making money, but I also want to make sure we're not losing money, and so that whatever cap we impose is on a cost recovery basis. Would that be fair?
Not to exceed our anticipated actual costs.
Exactly. Okay. So I wanted to do that. And then the last thing I want to say, is it's been a long time getting here. We've beat this dead horse multiple times. But I do want to point out, and I refer you all to various articles about what other jurisdictions are doing. And I think it's important for our local businesses to understand, because I've had local businesses say, I'm going to move to LA. And to which my response is, knock yourself out. Because in LA, if you want to operate a parklet, you have to pull a conditional use permit, which not only will cost you $15,000 to $20,000 just to apply for it, but it will take you over a year to get it. And so I think we need to, step back for a little bit, because we've been accused of being very hostile to local business under this whole parklet thing. And I really think, and by the way, all the other fees that we're charging, those local jurisdictions are charging as well. So I think it's really important for our local businesses to understand that really, compared to what is happening in other jurisdictions, our requirements are far less onerous than what is happening. And, that's not to say that we don't want to operate the best program and the most business-friendly program possible. But I think what we have done, both in terms of getting the parklets up during COVID and, getting them up quickly, but also now that everybody is recognizing that we are moving from pandemic to endemic and having to rationalize these programs that involve the use of public land that we have to start charging for and we have to start regulating. What is happening in Santa Monica is very different than what's happening in almost any other jurisdiction that I know in terms of the requirements that are being put on parklet operators, whether they're existing parklets or not. And in Los Angeles, for example, some of the restrictions they're putting on are literally requiring small parklet operators of one parking space to tear down their parklet because of the requirements they're putting down, because they can't operate the parklet until they have a CUP. And they're not going to get that CUP for a year. So I just think it's important to put what we're doing here in perspective and for people to understand that compared to a lot of other jurisdictions, we really are trying to promote outdoor dining. It's made a huge difference in this community. And I think that, as we get beat up a lot about over this, we've been beat up a lot about this, that it's really important for people to keep that perspective in mind. At this point, there is no motion, however, so if someone would like to make a motion, we will entertain it. All right, and what is that motion?
To move forward with the updated proposed language that.
To approve the item as amended?
Yeah, to approve the item as amended with the updated language.
All right, and I just want to make sure that okay, so moved by Negrete, seconded by De La Torre, but I think we need to make sure what the updated language is. I want to make sure that we all know what we're voting on. So I believe we have the updated language relating to the ownership issue about whether or not you have to get the permission of the adjacent owner. Is that correct?
That language I read in initially.
Okay, and two, I believe you were going to clarify the issue that if there was any break in the operation of the parklet, that the new person would not qualify and therefore would only be able to operate a maximum of 2 spaces. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that whatever security deposit we imposed on new operators of parklets, or any operator of a parklet, would be tied to cost recovery for the removal and or operation of the parklet. Does that?
Do you want to actually insert that language into the ordinance?
I think Councilmember Brock was clear that he wanted to have some sort of cap, and so I think we should insert that language in the ordinance. So are we all clear on what we're voting on? All right, we'll have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Swick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that motion passes 6-1. Councilmember Terosas, you do have the option on a no vote to explain why you voted no if you choose. You don't have to, but it's up to you.
No, it's fine. I appreciate what we're trying to do here. I want to be pro-business. I also want to be pro-equity and pro-parklet. And I think that I'm just, as a matter of principle, not into spot zoning to help one specific business when we've had a process in place, unfortunately, since before I got here. And I know that there's reasons why we've gotten to this point, but just on principle, I voted no.
All right, thank you for that clarification. It is past 11, so we need a motion to continue past 11.
Second.
Moved by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. We can do this on a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? That passes unanimously. We are on the home stretch, thank heavens.
Okay, next we have 11A is adoption of proclamation of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica declaring a local emergency on homelessness.
Mr. City Manager, are you going to be doing that report?
Yeah, I got it.
You pulled the short straw, is what you're telling us.
No, the best straw ever. Mayor Pro Tem Council, thank you for the opportunity to present this proposed local emergency on homelessness to you this evening. So I do have some prepared remarks that I'll go through. No specific presentation beyond that. So first, before I begin, I want to start off with some acknowledgement. Many folks from many, if not all, of our departments throughout the city are engaged in our work to address homelessness on a daily basis. And certainly, before I begin, I definitely have an obligation and a strong desire to want to thank each and every one of them for all that they do. They're working incredibly hard, as you all know, under very difficult and stressful conditions. And I personally know, and I have seen, that their work is making a positive difference in this community every single day. For many years, our organization and key community partners have treated homelessness in Santa Monica as an urgent priority. We're out there every single day addressing encampments, addressing the impacts of encampments, reaching out to folks who are experiencing homelessness, connecting them to services, connecting them to housing. It is a priority and an emergency every single day for us. We deploy a comprehensive approach. We balance compassion with enforcement by dedicating city resources to homelessness prevention and affordable housing, intensive field-based services, which includes our multidisciplinary outreach teams. You heard about them earlier this evening, our Homeless Liaison Program team, and our Community Response Unit. Support for local social service and housing providers, and strategies to address immediate public health and quality of life issues. Homelessness is not exclusively a City of Santa Monica issue. It is a regional, state, and nationwide issue. And I'll give you some statistics. At last count, approximately 69,000 people were experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles County. 42,000 people were experiencing homelessness in the city of Los Angeles. And according to our last point in time count, 807 people were experiencing homelessness in Santa Monica, a reduction of 11% from our point in time count conducted in 2020. But I think what I can say when speaking for myself, certainly I hope for all of council, one person on the street of Santa Monica is one too many. We cannot accept anyone on our streets experiencing homelessness. I'm not making broad promises, but I just want to acknowledge that one person on our street is a tragedy and is worthy of our attention. So why do we bring this emergency declaration before you this evening? The emergency declaration itself lays out the factual basis for the emergency declaration. Increasing number of calls for service to our police and fire departments. Increasing number of encampments responded to by our police department. Increasing number of outdoor fires. An increase in the amount of general debris, encampments, and vandalism. And finally, and this one really breaks my heart, is that according to the Los Angeles Homelessness Services Authority, approximately 207 people a day are rehoused at the same time as 227 people become homeless. That means more people are becoming homeless every single day. Given this, the emergency declaration is being brought forward to City Council to communicate to our local, regional, state, and federal partners that the city of Santa Monica, consider homelessness a regional crisis, warranting the deployment of additional resources. To position the city to receive additional county, state, and federal resources to address the homelessness crisis. If these resources are made available, they can be deployed. We can deploy them to expand outreach, to provide additional support, including rental assistance for individuals that are rent burdened to prevent homelessness, to increase the supply of affordable housing and enhance our public safety response, and to take actions that will allow us to expeditiously mobilize resources. So now I want to talk about what the actual emergency order does. First and foremost, as I said before, homelessness is a regional crisis, and we want to align with our local and regional partners such as the County of Los Angeles, the City of Los Angeles, Culver City, and the City of Long Beach in acknowledging the urgency of this issue and indicating the need to come together as a region. And I certainly hope that as more cities adopt their own local emergencies of homelessness, that folks will listen, that the county, the state, the federal government will understand that we need attention to address this issue. Second, this is a direct request for resources, which we've asked for time and again. While we need the City of Los Angeles and the county to invest more, we know that we cannot address homelessness in our community without additional resources from the county, state, and federal governments. Third, we want to highlight and emphasize the need for partner agencies such as Caltrans and Metro to come to the table with us and work collaboratively with us to address homelessness. Time and again, I've seen firsthand, and I've heard from residents and I've heard from businesses, Caltrans is not taking care of their property. That is a threat to our community. Embankments and fires. People who are living on those embankments are not safe, both to vehicles and to surrounding businesses. Fourth, and this gets directly to what we hope to do within our organization, we are seeking the ability to relax certain provisions of our Civil Service Code to expedite the filling of vacant positions. As you well see in the proclamation, there is no doubt it is very difficult to hire people in very important positions to deploy on our streets to address homelessness. There is a region-wide staffing shortage in very critical positions. And so it is utmost importance that we have the tools in place to bring people on board as quickly as we possibly can to get to work. Fifth, and this is something that I'm excited about, to say the least, We want to allocate resources and remove administrative hurdles to expedite and increase the supply of affordable housing. We didn't get to hear it tonight, but the city certainly has a very bold agenda working to advance the affordable housing on city property under the purview of our housing element, but we need more. Anticipated resources in our Housing Trust Fund will be allocated to incentivize partners to pursue affordable housing opportunities in our community. And I'll conclude with this. This proclamation is just a start. With the Moss Adams Homelessness Study, adoption of local measures such as CS and GS, I am confident that we will be able to do more. And with this emergency declaration in place, as these resources become available, my hope is that we will be able to expedite implementation of a number of measures that will be recommended to City Council over the coming months. And more specifically, my hope is that when we come to you on March 11th at the workshop, you will hear specifically from us about how we would like to start deploying some of these resources. And having this tool in place will provide the foundation and framework to do all that we can to expedite in our work. And I'll conclude there and take questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Councilmember Terosas, you're first in the queue.
Thank you. So thank you for doing this. I'm glad that we went through an extensive research process to determine if this was the right thing. I think I've said this before, but I'm not into doing things that are performative. I want to make sure that there's actually assets that are tangible that's going to be associated with this. So I have a couple of questions related to the classifications that we're targeting for expedited hiring. Can you touch on a little bit more which department and which classifications we've had trouble hiring and how this will help? Are we suspending civil service rules so that we don't have to have an eligibility list and we can just hire directly from the general public? Or can you give us a little bit more detail on that?
Sure. So specifically, the area where I think will be mostly impactful is in our community services department, where homelessness services are based. Certainly, we would love to make a case that a much broader array of positions are related to the issue of addressing homelessness because you need supportive services. Mm-hmm. But more specifically, it will pertain to positions in our affordable housing work, as well as doing in our homeless services division. So it could be, for example, we had an individual, and the position I believe is still vacant, was a person who was out on the streets helping to coordinate with our social services agencies. And we just had a hard time finding people. The second part where this can be helpful to us is to bring people into acting assignments. We currently have restrictions on us that we can only have people in acting assignments for about up to 180 days. We may need to extend that time frame because of the challenges we have hiring. Secondly, when we look at when we go out for recruitments, we may want to relax certain minimum qualification provisions so that we have the ability to attract a broad array of people to positions. So those are some specific examples of where, when we look at the civil service rules, we may want to relax certain provisions.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And then with respect to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I'm obviously concerned and have been concerned that we've been holding back money from shovel-ready projects that have a funding gap. Can you remind us how much money is currently in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for deployment, if you know?
So current available resources after accounting for future liabilities is about $25 million. Some of that, and we have to do a little bit more refined analysis, so I can't give you information to the penny, is we have to hold some of that aside for matching requirements.
Sure.
And then certainly we hope that the preponderance of that resource will be available to help support our work on related to the housing element. So under the purview of this proclamation, what we hope to do is through a refinancing that we will be completing in March, we want to use that resource up to about $13 million to support local affordable housing projects.
So you think that the money could be freed up as soon as March for local affordable housing projects?
I believe we will receive the resources by the middle of March, so we would make that available, yes.
Great. And I would just say publicly, just the Carolyn Terosas opinion that if we have a housing crisis and we're declaring homelessness as a state of emergency, we should not be holding back any money from shovel-ready projects because we know that hopefully we are going to generate more revenue with GS coming in. So thanks. With that being said, I don't believe I have any more questions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember De La Torre.
I had a same question on the hiring, but I think it's more of a comment than, I support this. I think it's a very important thing for us to be in alignment with the region, Los Angeles, Culver City. Looking at the data, this 2019 report by the California Policy Lab found that 84% of unsheltered people had physical health conditions, 78% had mental health conditions, 75% had substance abuse conditions. And so I hope that with all the initiatives that we have listed, that we can get these off the ground, sooner, because it is a crisis. I mean, I remember reading one report. I don't know what the statistics are for 2022, but it was about 1,000 people dying on the streets in Los Angeles. We had 20, I think, deaths in 2022 here in our city alone. That's a major emergency, a major crisis that we have to address. So I think this is a step in the right direction.
Thank you. Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you. In the spirit of Councilmember Trost, I'm just trying to delineate clearly what specific, a few more points on what specifically will be authorized by this declaration. I hear specifically what we've been talking about in regards to employment and relaxation of some of those categories. I'm curious about the final, I guess, section of this proclamation indicates there's a list of approximately 15 items, but the preamble says something about how the emergency will be regularly evaluated by City Council by referencing actions and key performance indicators of progress, which include but are not limited to. Is this indicating that these are things that we are going to be adopting or authorizing now, or that it's something that we would return to later? I'm just trying to understand that final list in the declaration, which begins at the top of page 10.
I have it. So I think there are certain things you're absolutely giving me authorization to do now, particularly around the civil service rules and the affordable housing items. When you start going through the list, right, we certainly will put into effect emergency procurement protocols, and we have that within our municipal code to allow us to expedite any purchasing that we have to do. Other elements of it, right, are trying to clarify and direct this is where we'll be spending our time in this work. So coordinating with Metro, working with Caltrans. Some of this doesn't necessarily, right, have specific outcomes per se. Some of it will have specific outcomes. So we hope to work with Metro on their end of line policy and use this as a further rationale for them to work with us and us to work with them. Same thing with Caltrans. We hope to use this to bring forward to our state representatives to get more attention to the issue of Caltrans maintenance in the surrounding area. And I could go through some other areas of this.
But when it comes to the items mentioned around the Housing Trust Fund, that's something that we would be enacting now?
Yes.
And in your description, you mentioned $50 million, $25 million being encumbered in some way. Is that correct? Or already dedicated?
There's about 25 million that I have to sit down with our community services staff and understand how much has to be set aside for potential future match requirements. So that was information I got this afternoon, so I haven't traced it all down. So right now, this request is focused on new resources coming in that I know is unencumbered at the moment until I can better understand existing resource and how it's encumbered.
Got it. I'd love to just, as it is made known and clear, what exactly of our existing resources, how and why that money would be encumbered and sort of just a clear accounting for the current funds so that we're also looking at those as well as just to understand why we would be holding them back. I would love to know in greater detail.
No problem.
That's it.
All right. Councilmember De La Torre, did you have further comments? It looks like you're back in the queue.
Just want to clarify that this emergency ordinance is only for 180 days?
It does say that. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, it starts with 180 days, and if we had to, just like with the COVID proclamation, if we had to extend it, we would come back to council to extend it.
Okay, and in terms of the emergency ordinances in Culver City, Los Angeles, is this typically standard 180 days for all of them? For every municipal government?
I don't have handy with me how long their proclamations are. It is very standard to have a finite timeframe on it, but I don't recall how long theirs. I didn't do a comparison.
Okay.
Keep it handy.
But it'll come back, this will come back to us in 180 days?
Yes.
For review and either extension and ending it, correct?
Yes.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, I just have a couple of questions. So I think the first, question is, do we really feel, because I think this is what our community wants to know, is, are we going to start to see the results of this, fairly quickly? So what do you anticipate, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but what are the first couple of things you're going to be able to report to us on, or we can tell the community, this is what you're going to see in the short term?
So I think where we'll see some immediate action in play is certainly around some of our affordable housing work. So now that we will have this resource available, we'll be able to broadcast to the community that there are opportunities to pursue affordable housing projects. There are specific affordable housing projects that are ready for financing. So we will be able to move forward with those and finance them. We have RFPs that are ready to go, particularly around housing element implementation. So we'll be able to deploy those RFPs in the very short order. You will see coming to you at March 11th, you'll see a comprehensive set of recommendations of how we could deploy Measure CS dollars in particular to address public safety and homelessness issues. So if that is approved, we'd be able to go ahead and start executing on those efforts and activities as that resource starts to come in. So you'll see that as well. Some of that also centers on the Moss Adams study, which is all connected to this work. So you're going to see a lot.
Okay, good. No, I just think it's important because sometimes we make these declarations, we're going to go forth and do something, and people are, what does that mean? What are the specifics? And the other question I have relates to the fact that obviously the city, the county of LA have declared an emergency, as has Culver City. Can you detail, and these may not be directly related to the proclamation, but may in fact somehow, be enhanced, for lack of a better term, by the proclamation. How do you envision us working with other jurisdictions? Because I think I've heard concerns in the community, for example, that on our southern border, there are some things going on. And whether or not what is happening in Council District 11 in the city of Los Angeles is going to impact Santa Monica. Similarly, we know that the city of Culver City has a new council majority that has decided to, they would not use this word, but I will use this word, sweep encampments. And when those people are dislodged, where do they end up going? Culver City has an Expo line station. They might decide to get on the Expo. So how do you envision our using this proclamation? I know you would be working with these other jurisdictions in any event, but how do you envision us using this proclamation to address some of those issues where we have jurisdictions that may be on our border or easily accessible via transit who may be uprooting people without providing housing for them, and may put us in a situation where we are, for lack of a better term, the recipient of the people that they've uprooted?
So in a few different ways. So certainly leading up to this action, myself, our deputy, Anuj, my brain is a little fried.
Oh, come on, it's not even midnight yet.
I know. So we, leading up to this, have already started communicating with our partners. So the county, Councilwoman Park, Supervisor Horvath, Senator Allen. We've already been communicating to all of them that we were considering this and that this was on the horizon. So if it is adopted this evening, we would then go back to them and say, okay, we've got this now. So I will be eager to ask for a meeting of all the agencies that have declared local emergencies on homelessness and see if we can all start working together and convening. So I think that's an initial immediate action. I know you and I will be meeting with Supervisor Horvath, and so I certainly hope that this will be something that we have a chance to bring to the table and talk about how we can work with her office to achieve goals that I know she holds dear that also align with where we're headed. And then we'll be communicating to all of our other agencies that are listed in here, including Metro as well as Caltrans, to let them know what we're doing and what we're up to. So I see an immediate big push of getting this out the door so we can start asking for collaboration and start working with folks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember De La Torre, are you okay? Councilmember Brock?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve this proclamation.
Second.
All right, moved by Brock, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti. Councilmember Parra, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I think you spurred just some thoughts and conversation for me, Mayor Davis, in terms of collaboration and meeting with some of our neighboring cities. I think that in terms of mutual aid, with our area partners, we already have a disciplined mutual aid system with the Area A partners, and I think it would make perfect sense for us to establish a task force on homelessness between the mutual aid partners to have this discussion and to include all the disciplines. So it'd be the police, fire, and then our respective homeless liaisons and community services departments and divisions, because everybody's doing similar work, but and tapping into different resources. And so I think that if we were to convene a task force of our mutual aid cities, which we already are working together on many different other projects, but I think it makes perfect sense for us to get together and work on this together. And so I think that just my 2 cents, but I think it would make some perfect sense to move that forward. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think
We'll
that's
reach
an
out to
excellent
the
comment.
lead area coordinator and see what we can do.
Mayor, did we get a vote on this?
I wonder who that is.
I don't know. I'll look
We
it
have
up.
not voted yet. We have a motion,
Councilmember Brock.
right, motion by Brock, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Negretti. So I think we can do this by voice vote since there's no money involved. Seeing no further requests to speak, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes unanimously. And thank you, Mr. City Manager, for bringing that. I know that a lot of work went into, a lot of different departments have been put into that, and we didn't really get to see it tonight because they're not all sitting here. So I just want you to convey our gratitude to the work that's been going into that.
I will, and I do want to point out there's one person who is here tonight who deserves some special recognition for quote unquote hurting the cats, if that's the right thing to say or do, and that's Assistant City Attorney Susan Cola. She did a phenomenal job, as all of us through, as you acknowledged, from OEM, from the City Manager's Office, Daniel Noble in Community Services, Police, Fire, Public Works, were heavily commenting on the document. Not that it was not in good shape, Susan, but just everyone weighing in and giving their 2 cents because we have a very strong workforce. She did a fabulous job holding us together and bringing the document together in the manner for you tonight. So I just want to thank you, Susan, for everything. Tremendous leadership.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kohler. We appreciate that and the work that everybody did. This is obviously an issue of great importance in our community. We will move on to the next item, Madam Clerk.
Okay, it's item 16A. It's an appointment to 2 unscheduled vacancies on the Disability Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2025 and June 30th, 2026. There's only one applicant. It's Gerald Rakefelt.
All right.
And I just need you guys to, if you're going to appoint him, which term?
Right. Well, I was going to suggest, since we only have one applicant, but we have 2 vacancies, that in order to minimize the amount of people we need to volunteer, that we not vote on the vacancy of June 30th, 2025, and whoever we appoint tonight will be appointed to a term that will go through 2026. Does that make sense to everyone? All right. Do we have any nominations for the term ending June 30th, 2026?
Yes, his name is,
Gerald Rakefelt.
and his resume looks great. I nominate Gerald. Oh, it does.
All right. We now have a rule where we need a second. Do we have a second for that? All right. Moved by Brock, seconded by Terosis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Unanimous by acclamation. Appointment to the Disabilities Commission, and thank you for your willingness to serve. That brings us to the end of our agendized business this evening. Sadly, we do have a couple of adjournments. Councilmember Brock, I believe you have one.
Yes, very sad, but it is with great sadness that we adjourn this city council meeting in memory of Dr. Jewel Lamb, who died peacefully at his home on February 11th, 2023. He was 99 years old. He was an original Angelino and longtime Santa Monican over the course of close to a century. Jewel witnessed and was part of vast changes in the Los Angeles region. He grew up in Echo Park on Douglas Street during the Depression, played in Chavez Ravine, and frequently rode the Pacific Electric red car trains to Santa Monica Beach. He served in the Army Air Corps during World War II and flew transport missions across the Pacific. Jewel attended John Marshall High School, UCLA, and the Northern Illinois School of Optometry and earned a Doctor of Optometry. He married Judy, had 3 children, and had his first office on Ocean Park Boulevard across from Douglas Aircraft from the early 50s to early 60s. Jewel and his wife were always deeply involved in community affairs. In the 1960s, Jewel worked with his neighborhood groups in West Los Angeles to oppose the proposed Beverly Hills Freeway and worked closely with Tom Bradley, Ed Edelman, and Pat Brown on initiatives to fund a subway to the west side. In 1969, the Lamb family moved to Santa Monica, where Jewel continued his civic activities, including supporting Hank Ditmore to address airport impacts and planning for its use during disasters. He was active for years with the North of Montana Neighborhood Association and other neighbors to help maintain the quality of life for Santa Monicans. After retirement, he volunteered as an optometrist for the Venice Family Clinic, Santa Monica Schools, and the Jewel Stein Mobile Eye Clinic, providing eye exams for preschool students across the region. He was also, as I said, an active member of NOMA, supported Make Music Day every summer, and advocated for increased open space and our valuable parks. In 2013, Jewel lost Judy to pancreatic cancer. The shock of her passing was terrible, but he kept on doing. He regularly attended grand rounds at the Jewel Stein Eye Institute at UCLA. After many years, he and several colleagues realized the dream of creating an endowed position for an optometric clinician scientist within the Institute. Truly a product of his era and California, Jewel will be greatly missed. On behalf of the entire Santa Monica community, we extend our support and deepest condolences to Jewel's family during this difficult time.
Thank you for that. Sadly, also, we need to adjourn tonight's council meeting in memory of Marnita Caraway, who passed away on January 18th, 2023. Marnita was a valued member of the custodial services team here in the city, and she retired in May 2020 after 24 years of service to and with the city of Santa Monica. Marnita was a dedicated member of her team, and she was a friend to everyone she encountered. She'll be remembered for her joyous spirit and her compassionate nature. On behalf of the entire Santa Monica community and each and every employee here in the city, we want to extend our support and deepest condolences to her family during this difficult time. Thank you. Our next meeting will be February 22nd, commencing at 6 p.m. We will see you all there. Thank you very much.